Hey dreamers, welcome to this safe haven for restful sleep. Before we begin, I'm really curious to know a bit about you, so please share in the comments where you're from and what time you're listening to this story. I'm Dan Jones, and I invite you to join me on this calming journey into Slumberland. And if you haven't already and you feel more comfortable doing so, as we begin to relax, you can close your eyes, settle down comfortably, put aside any worries from the day, and lazily exhale and have a sense of gazing at the evening sky, perhaps after the sunset. Noticing the landscape around you bathed in shadows, the glint of golden light peeking from a point just over the horizon, the shades of blue darkening in the sky. And perhaps for a moment you can notice a rare sight when the light from behind the horizon refracts in the atmosphere to create a moment of indigo. And perhaps you can imagine that indigo light carrying with it the magic of sleep, as it travels into your eyes and begins to wash over and through you. Bringing peace and calm to your body and mind with each breath that you take. As I softly count down from 10 to 1, before we relax into the story. 10. And your mind can find its own way to relax in the magic of sleep. 9. And as your mind relaxes, so too can your body. Perhaps letting relaxation happen from the head down or the feet up, whatever feels more natural for you. 8. And while listening to this, it's okay to let that deeper part of yourself take over, the automatic process of falling asleep. 7. 6. 5. Deeper and deeper relaxed asleep. And when listening to this story, you don't have to do anything. You can listen along for a while or just drift straight to sleep. Whatever's most comfortable for you. 4. And as the process of sleep is an unconscious one, you can't consciously make yourself sleep. It's something you have to just let go of and allow to happen all by itself. 3. 2. And gradually you can experience a gentle shift in consciousness as your brain slows down and you start to instinctively and automatically fall deeper and deeper asleep. One. Now, as this bedtime story begins, and in this bedtime story, a girl is out exploring. She's walking through a meadow on a beautiful summer's day. Some fluffy clouds passing overhead. The sounds of summer songbirds. The warmth of the sun beating down onto her cheeks. The sight of bees and butterflies flitting from plant to plant. Just absorbing herself in her own thoughts while she walks. The sound of her feet moving through the grasses. That slight rustling sound. The dull thud of each footstep. The gentle tickle of the grasses against her legs. The occasional breeze blowing across the top of the meadow. As her mind drifts and floats gently into a reverie. Then jumps softly, meandering, from focusing on roaming through the meadow to being lost in thought, in the most pleasant dreams. And she wanders through this meadow, heading towards a very straight canal that cuts through the landscape. Eventually arriving down by the canal, ambling along the bank, along one side of that canal. The gentle waves lapping on the shore. The light of the sun glistening and dancing on the surface of the water. Dragonflies darting around and hovering above that water. The occasional person on a canoe heading down the canal. And the sight of some long canal boats moored up at the sides of the canal. And she follows this path along the bank, passes some dog walkers, and heads into woodland as the canal cuts through this woodland. the trees rustling around her, the mottled light dancing before her. And in the canal, she can see many families of ducks and their ducklings just swimming around in their rows. Sometimes the little ducklings getting distracted and having to dash to catch up with the group. And the occasional swan gracefully traversing that canal. And yet she continues walking, enjoying the atmosphere, unsure exactly where she's going, but curious what she'll discover on the journey and when she gets there. And while walking along the canal, she encounters locks, and she stops and watches as a lock is opened and a boat moves into the lock and it's closed behind the boat. And then the water is carefully drained out as that boat lowers down. And then the front of the lock is opened. And the boat continues its journey. Just as the girl continues her journey. Walking along with almost a skip to her step. Not a real skip, but that kind of skip you do when you're walking along and you're enjoying what you're doing. And while continuing along through this wooded area, she sees a stag at the edge of the woodland, which stops eating and glances up at her. And it carefully watches as she passes by. Almost remaining motionless, just following her with its eyes. And she watches it back. And as she clears that stag, so it resumes its eating. As she resumes her walking and passes out the other side of the woodland, continuing along in the sunlight. And alongside the canal, are large open fields. And she sees in one of the fields what looks almost like an army of chicks chirping in the field, chowing down on grain. and continues on and sees all the chickens enjoying the food, enjoying the sunlight. And she continues walking. And while walking, passes a field of cows. One glancing up, giving a deep moo, before continuing to eat. And she walks through the day. And the sun begins to set. And while the sun seems to slowly set over the horizon, so the colour of the sky in the distance begins to turn shades of pinks and reds, while the sky behind her takes on a rich, dark blue hue. And the stars in the sky begin to turn on one at a time, jumping to life. Then she watches as those stars turn on in the sky. And she sees before her a small cottage near a lock along the canal. And there are cosy lights on in the cottage, shrubberies in the garden, and some lights dotted through the garden that are solar powered and emit just a very low level of light to give the garden a gentle glow. And she opens the gate, closes that behind her, walks up to the front of the house, rings the doorbell, and a friendly old lady answers the door and invites her in. And the girl enters this cozy cottage. And she apologizes for running a little bit late, but says that the walk was so nice and relaxing. She just found herself lost in thought, and she wanted to take it all in and enjoy the journey to the cottage. And the old lady says that's perfectly fine. She's here now, and asks if she's hungry. And the girl says that she is feeling a little peckish. And the woman says she's prepared some soup and homemade crusty bread. And she gets taken through to a dining room, and on the dining room table is what looks almost like a swimming pool of soup. Just a giant bowl of soup. And the soup has just gentle wisps of steam rising from it. And she says this soup is a secret recipe. It's an ancient recipe that's been passed down through her family for generations. From even before the family built this cottage. And the cottage was built about 400 years ago. And she stirs the soup with a ladle, and the girl finds it almost mesmerizing, watching that soup gently turn, noticing the weight and the thickness of the soup. And then she toodles off to the kitchen and comes back with a wooden board of bread, places it down on the table. As a waft of the scent of the freshly baked bread tickles the inside of the girl's nostrils and dances around her senses, as her mouth responds to the smell of that bread. And then the elderly lady cuts up that bread into slices, places some onto a plate, hands it to the girl, and she puts it down beside her, then hands her a bowl and tells her to help herself to the soup. And she takes that ladle and gently stirs the soup before lifting some up and pouring it into the bowl, watching it slop into the bowl, bounce gently around the side of the bowl, flowing within that bowl, before settling softly in place. And then the lady does the same and sits opposite the girl and asks her how her walk was and what she's been up to, if she's seen anything interesting, while they gently eat the soup and the bread, dunking the bread into the soup, finishing the bowl of soup, having felt the warmth of that soup gently pass down through the body, softening, relaxing, calming the body, and then wiping around the bowl with some bread. And the lady says, "You can have some more." And she feels deeply relaxed from this soup and makes herself some more. Pours that into the bowl. Continues chatting while eating, dunking the bread, wiping the bread around the empty bowl, and repeating. And the lady smiles and says, "You're going to sleep well tonight. This soup is great for sleep." And carries on eating her soup. And after eating the soup and the bread, the lady invites the girl to sit out by the canal at the end of the garden, drinking a warm drink, listening to crickets and other nighttime sounds, hearing the gentle flow of water. The darkness of this space, seeing the galaxy stretching overhead, and just talking, following just a flow of consciousness from thought to thought, unsure really where the thoughts are going, but finding it so easy to talk to this woman who sits and listens so well. Who shows a deep interest in what she's got to say. And as the night gets later and later, so the girl begins to feel tired and begins to want to go to sleep, and they head inside. And inside, the girl gets shown to the bedroom she'll be sleeping in. And it's a cozy, small bedroom with a bed containing multiple layers of sheets and the comfiest looking pillows. And a small lamp on next to the bed. And the woman says goodnight and closes the door. And this bedroom has a fresh, comfortable scent to it, and the most gentle coolness. And the cozy light brings a deep sense of comfort and kindness to the girl's heart. And she settles down in the bed and begins to drift peacefully asleep. And as she begins to comfortably drift asleep, she starts to dream about walking down some steps from the back of this cottage down to a secret path on a comfortable summer's day. And as she takes each step, curiouser and curiouser down to the path, she hears a voice in her mind counting her down those steps. 10, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, and she descends those steps slowly and meaningfully, each step feeling so solid beneath her feet, and yet bringing her closer to that path, closer to a deep understanding of something just out of grasp. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and she steps onto the path and finds the bright sunlight too bright, and realizes she's carrying an umbrella, and she holds that umbrella above her head, opens the umbrella out, and it's an umbrella of the softest, lightest fabric, decorated with spring flowers, with a gentle, frilly edge to the edge of the umbrella that's blowing softly in the breeze. And it shades her gently from the sun as she walks along this path. And this path is a gentle gravel path, and she can hear each step slightly gravelly while she walks, and finds herself exploring some landscape she's never explored before. And at first, the landscape seems fairly typical. There's a field of cows along one side, a long hedge separating the field from this path. There's a slight bank down the other side. Then it heads off into woodland, and the trees in the woodland are gently rustling, and she can see the light dancing through the branches, weaving around the woodland floor. But then as she continues to walk, so the landscape seems to begin to shift. The trees stop making a sound as they move. The fields begin to look more spongy and foamy, like she could bounce on them. And while she continues walking, suddenly she notices what at first she thought was a field of corn or some other kind of plant being grown. But notices at the top of each stalk is a tiny cupcake, and she sees in that field a combine harvester. Only the combine harvester is travelling through the field so delicately, cutting the tips of those stalks, just gathering up the cupcakes from the tops, of each stalk. And instead of it shooting grain out of a pipe into a trailer, it's funneling the cupcakes onto small conveyor belts, and they're being moved from the front of the combine harvester through the combine harvester on small conveyor belts into rows at the back of the combine harvester. And once one row on the trailer is filled, the mechanism lifts up the conveyor belts are just slightly more than the size of a cupcake, and it starts forming a new row on a new layer in the trailer, filling that trailer with cupcakes. And she can smell how sweet those cupcakes smell. And she continues to walk until she reaches the edge of the field. And she sees by the edge of the field a farmer. And she calls over to the farmer and asks about the farm. And the farmer explains that each field has different cupcakes to be grown and farmed. These ones are carrot cake cupcakes. In another field, they're plain cupcakes with vanilla icing on top. Another field has chocolate cupcakes with chocolate icing on top. And he says that his favourite cupcakes are the strawberry flavoured cupcakes. And he goes and grabs one of those cupcakes and offers it to her and places a small little gummy bear on the top of the cupcake, squidging it into the icing. He says that makes all the difference. And he hands her that cupcake. And she can smell that strawberry smell as she moves the cupcake towards her mouth. And she takes a bite of that cupcake, and the strangest experience happens that as she bites into the cupcake, it's like an explosion of a taste sensation, like popping bubbles bursting around the inside of her mouth, fizzing. And as the cupcake dissolves while she chews, it seems to turn to liquid. Almost as if the cupcake is like a solid form of a drink. And she acknowledges to the farmer the unique taste and sensation of consuming it. The farmer explains that each cupcake turns to pink lemonade once chewed, and the bubbles fizz and pop, triggering that sensation around the inside of the mouth, the throat, expanding the taste. And she eats the second half of that cupcake and gets given an additional cupcake to take away with her. And she says goodbye to the farmer and continues walking. And as she's walking, so she notices some trees with pink petals waving gently in the breeze. And a gust of wind whips around the trees. The sound of that wind rustling up the leaves. And like a mini tornado, whipping the pink petals from the trees up into the air. And they rise high in the air before the wind fades away. And those pink petals gently fall towards the ground, floating on the breeze. And she reaches down and picks up one of the petals, feeling its waxiness. And feeling this urge to take a bite of the petal just to try it. And as she gently takes a bite of that waxy petal, she notices that it tastes so sweet and brings a tingle to her senses, almost like it's heightening her awareness of the surroundings. And so she eats the rest of the petal and feels her consciousness connecting, expanding, touching the world around her. Noticing each and every movement of each and every twig, every rustle of every leaf, the movement of every single blade of grass. Can hear the flapping of the wings of every bird and every insect, and feels that something about the experience is trying to communicate with her a direction to go. And so she jumps the hedge and starts cutting through a marshmallow field, walking along that marshmallow, her feet gently sinking into it as she walks. And she can see at the far end of the field is a farmer with a tractor that seems to be almost hovering or sliding along the top of the marshmallow, dragging behind it what looks like two blades that seem to be cutting the marshmallow into slices. And then there's a device behind that seems to roll it up into an enormous rolled strip of marshmallow that once it reaches a certain size, gets cut and lands in a trailer And she continues, bobbing along this marshmallow field, finding it difficult and time-consuming to walk through this field, like trying to walk along a stony beach. But eventually she reaches the far side of the field, and she feels drawn to something over here. She jumps the hedge this side, walks into the trees, and in the heart of this woodland is a tree that seems to be humming with the gentle sound of a million bells. And she looks around the tree and gazes up into the tree, and high in the tree she notices a rickety old treehouse that's grown up with this tree over hundreds of years. And she scrambles up the side of the tree into the treehouse. And inside the treehouse, it smells of wood and ever so slightly musty. And there's a small, weathered metal box. And on that box is what looks like a combination lock, only not like a modern combination lock. Looks like something that somebody invented specifically for this box. And so she touches that combination lock, carefully moves each number around, feeling to see if she can notice anything that will reveal when the number facing her is the correct one. And she pushes with a little pressure while doing this. And she notices there's a very slight bit of tension at one specific point. And so she assumes that that probably relates to the number needing to be facing her or facing away. And so she feels on each number and makes it so that the tension is facing her, and then tries to release the lock, and it doesn't release. So she does the same, but makes sure the tension is facing away from her. And this time when she tries the lock, it slides open easily and effortlessly. And she opens that metal box. And inside the metal box, she sees a flipbook and a pen, which looks like was the one used to draw what's in the flipbook. And she begins to flip through that flipbook, and she watches as a lizard wanders into the scene, looks left, looks right, picks up a cello case, carries that along, seems to be setting up at a musical event, like a concert, opens the cello case, but finds that the cello's broken. And then the lizard's eyes droop, and the lizard can be seen to be sad. And then a jester dances its way into the scene, pirouetting, jumping, springing about, full of joy and happiness. And the jester drapes a large cloth over the cello, and then is seen to be whipping that cloth away rapidly. And then the words, "Ta-da," appear on the flipbook page. And as that cloth clears the cello, so the cello is in one piece, and small hand-drawn stars and sparkles can be seen around that cello. And then the jester points to a calendar as the lizard glances to the calendar and points to what date it is. And then the jester can be seen holding their belly and laughing, and the lizard can be seen shaking their head. And the jester then bounces and cartwheels off the scene. As the lizard plays that cello before an audience, with a single spotlight shining down on them as they do a solo. And then the flipbook ends with the page lighting up, the spotlight now gone, and a crowd cheering and standing up and clapping, and a tear in the lizard's eye. And then it says the end. And the girl places that flipbook back into the tin and looks at what else is in this tin. And finds inside this tin a key attached to some purple ribbon. And she takes that key and looks at it and wonders what it's for. And the only keyhole she can see in this treehouse is into what looks like a medicine cabinet attached to the trunk of the tree. Just a small door in the shape of a box. And so she pops the key into the lock, twists that key with a slight click, opens the door of that cabinet, and notices that instead of seeing the inside of a cabinet, or even seeing the trunk of the tree, she sees the inside of the most opulent mansion. And so she crawls up into the cabinet, crawls through that cabinet, and climbs down the other side, climbing down into a living room of a vast mansion with marble floors, thick rugs, dense curtains hanging by the windows, the most incredible furniture, paintings many times her size hanging on the walls in golden frames, and silver candlestick holders dotted around the shelves and above the fireplace, with tall white candles in those holders. And she walks around exploring this mansion. And as she explores, she feels drawn to a dark corner that seems like it's hiding something. And she heads over towards that dark corner. And in the corner, she sees a small door, like a secret door built into the wall. She crouches down and heads through that small door, and finds herself walking through an icy snowstorm, and yet can tell she's still inside. And in this icy snowstorm, she encounters a snowman who shares with her that they are that part of who you are that you often keep locked away, not because they're bad, but because you'd rather not experience their presence if you don't have to. But they do serve a purpose. They can be helpful, and it is helpful to know and deeply understand yourself and all aspects of yourself, because there's a time for them, just as there's a time for all those others you've met on this journey. As you've been wandering around the inside of your mind, exploring all the corners of your brain in a way that you can understand and connect with. And the girl talks with this snowman and learns even more, before finding that the ice storm is calming, and so the snowman recommends it's time now for her to go. Because she's diluting who they are, and they're a part of who she is. And she heads back out of that room, and she explores some of the other rooms in this mansion, before beginning to feel that pull of wakefulness, beginning to realize she slept through the night. And as she starts to wake up, so the experience around her begins to fade and dissipate to black. And as it fades, she wakes feeling so comfortable in that bed and can smell the most beautiful breakfast being prepared. And she goes and enjoys that breakfast with the elderly lady. She smiles and says, "I can see the soup worked wonders. I can see that you've dreamt and your mind is expanded, and you have a deeper understanding of yourself." And the girl enjoys the breakfast. And the lady and the girl plan what they'll be doing through the day, what they'll be doing through her stay, as she learns more about herself over the coming days. Each day getting to spend some time resting by the canal. Each day learning new skills. And each night integrating those skills deeply within her. Enjoying the most incredible food, the most transformative food. And on her last day, as it approaches her last night before she'll be heading back home, the lady says there's one last thing for you to experience. And that's to experience connecting deeply and comfortably with the world around you. And the girl sits in the most comfortable chair, and the lady sits opposite, and on a coffee table between the two of them, the lady places a metronome, starts that metronome ticking, and tells the girl to remain very still and with just your eyes watch as that metronome ticks and tocks, and I'll be just talking to you in the background. And so the girl gazes at the metronome, and her eyes follow the tick and the tock, as it ticks and tocks and ticks and tocks, and the lady speaks and says it isn't about the ticking or the tocking. Just watch that metronome as it ticks and tocks, but focus your awareness on the spaces between the sounds. Focus your awareness on the nothingness, not on the tick or the tock, but on that space in between. And as you focus on that space between the tick and the tock, you can notice how the more you focus, the deeper you can go, and the deeper you go, the more you focus, and the more space you find between the tick and the tock, noticing that it seems to just take longer to tick and tock. And for every tick of real-world time, the tock can take longer to arrive, and the longer that tock takes to arrive, the more time you can find before the tick. And I don't know, as you listen to the tick and the tock, whether the ticking and the tocking will stretch further and further apart to the sound of my voice or the spaces between my words, or the changes in your mind as you become so absorbed in that nothingness, in that space between the ticking and the tocking, the space between the in-breath and the out-breath, the space between the words that you say to yourself, the space between the flap of a butterfly's wings, the space between the movement of the clouds, the space between the earth and the moon, the planets and the stars and each other, the galaxies, the space between thoughts, the space between particles, between atoms, the space between the crests of the waves that make up the particles, the space between the gentle fuzz of space itself, focusing attention so much on that space between, so much on nothingness, like focusing narrower and narrower from the largest scale through the fuzz of reality, through those quantum fluctuations, beyond the Planck scale, passing through space, passing through the space between all of space, focusing so narrowly, you pass deeper and deeper to a point of nothingness, a point where there is no space, where there is no time, where there is just now. letting your mind sit now. And wander perhaps from one to now to one. Flipping one and now one. Absorbing yourself in that fundamental point. And then noticing your consciousness begin to sparkle in that point, and noticing that spark of consciousness leap to the next nearest point, and then the next and the next. And each spark of consciousness leaps to all the sparks of consciousness nearby, exponentially spreading from one point of consciousness to 2 to 4 to 8 to 16 to 32 to 64, doubling each time as your consciousness jumps from one fundamental point of space and time where there is no time nor space, doubling each time, only at the rate and speed that you relax deeper and deeper. More profoundly into the experience of expanding consciousness, of shifting realities, exploring the multiverse, following your path. As you see those sparks of consciousness jump to life like tiny bells playing around you with each spark of light, until very quickly that consciousness, the timeless consciousness, doubles to fill the universe. And only then do you feel that connection with all things, that deep compassion and understanding, a new perspective of yourself, the world you live in a way that brings deep peace and harmony that will continue with each and every breath you take. And that will continue to build and expand and grow with every dream, in every way that's good for you, your well-being. That spreads peace and kindness to others. And when that's happened, and it becomes a part of you, Then you'll begin to drift back to noticing the ticking and the tocking, and the way it just gently continues with that regular rhythm, so comfortably, so deeply. And the girl sits with the experience for a while, and the lady quietens down in the background to give her time for her consciousness to expand, to understand, to connect. To the changes undulating deep within you now. And then, when the time is right, the girl's eyes gently open and she smiles, a deep and comfortable smile. And the lady stops the ticking metronome, and the girl feels ready for bed. She feels like her mind has expanded in ways it needs to learn and rest, to process the changes that have happened here, now. And after an evening drink and a final chat with this lady, knowing in the morning she'll make her journey home, she heads back to bed, settles down in bed, pondering the experience she's had the last few days, the metaphorical exploration of her brain, and the deep, meaningful meditations connecting her with herself, with others, with the world around her, helping to improve mental health, helping to reduce worry, helping to calm anxiety and find peace and clarity and understanding and a focus. And her eyes feel heavier as she rests in bed. They gently close, and she feels herself swimming deeply in consciousness through a pool of peace, light, love, feeling that through her body as sleep begins to take hold, softening, relaxing her head, relaxing the muscles around her face, calming, softening with every single out-breath, the muscles through her neck, her jaw, softening and relaxing down the shoulders, down each arm, all the way down to the fingertips, and deeply and comfortably down through the body, the breathing softening and deepening. Her body relaxing, inner healing taking place, relaxing the lower back, calming, softening, feeling a light sense of deep relaxation spreading down the legs all the way to the tips of her toes as she drifts and floats so calmly, so deeply, so peacefully into Slumberland. And in this bedtime story, you're staying on holiday in a grand house overlooking a vast canyon, and out the back of the house is a hot tub, and you're resting in that hot tub, gazing out across the canyon, watching the way the sun is passing across the sky. The occasional wispy clouds coming and going. The feeling of the water bubbling around you. Perhaps noticing a bird flying high in the sky, circling on an updraft. As you rest there, the warm water carefully caressing your body, the sound of those bubbles, the smell of the water, as you carefully drink a tea from a tiny china teacup, the sound of that teacup against the saucer, as you lift it up, move it to your mouth, take a sip of the tea, feel that tea passing down through your body, before carefully placing that teacup back down on the china saucer. Just enjoying this holiday, this breakaway. Enjoying a sense of peace and calm. An occasional sense of drifting into a reverie. While your arms rest on the side of the hot tub and your body relaxes under the water. And you just enjoy the serenity of this location, the silence, knowing there's no one else around for many miles. And you watch as that sun begins to dip below the horizon, and the colours of the sky change from blue to a tinge of red and orange as the air gently cools slightly, and you can feel that cool air against your cheeks, the tops of your arms. And yet you continue to sit and rest in that hot tub. And while you continue resting in that hot tub, the sun continues to set. And more stars become visible in the night sky. And once the night sky is an inky dark blue, and the only light is the gentle glow as some flamed torches dotted around the garden. You leave the hot tub, feeling the cool air as it wraps around your body. And you wrap a warm dressing gown around your body. That robe with its soft, fluffy material hugging your body, bringing warmth to you in the cold night air. And you walk over to sit on a chair, and you lounge back on that chair, gazing up high at the sky. Watching satellites pass overhead, watching the occasional shooting star, feeling yourself begin to drift into a reverie, your eyes getting heavier and heavier, wanting to close, your breathing relaxing, feeling so cozy and calm. And as you drift into that reverie, you have this sense of lounging back on the bank of a river, feeling the grass beneath you, the texture of the grass under the palms of your hands. Breathing in the countryside air, the different scents of wildflowers, hearing the rustling of the leaves in the nearby trees. Hearing the gentle sound of the river flowing past, and the soft sound of a family of ducks bobbing their way along that river. As if the river is the duck superhighway. Ducks bobbing along and being carried by the current, speeding down that river. And you start to open your eyes here in this meadow and sit yourself up and see how lush the grass looks. See the reeds along the riverbank rattling in the breeze. A swan pushing against the current as ducks go speeding past. And beside you, you see your teddy bear, just resting there, sitting up, propped against a bag, with its own small cup of tea and saucer. And you see your cup and saucer, and a little stand of cakes and you realise you're enjoying afternoon tea with Teddy. And you take a scone, you slice it open, you place some cream and jam in that scone. You munch down on that, gazing over at Teddy, imagining that they're drinking their tea. And after eating and drinking, you stand up and wander over to the edge of the river, waddling your feet into the shallow water at the edge of that river, feeling the cool water bubbling over your feet, listening to the sounds of the ducks, seeing some of those ducklings weaving and pushing their way through the reeds, while the parent ducks loiter along the edge of the reeds, keeping an eye on those ducklings. And then in the water, you see something glistening, and you reach into that water and scoop up that glistening object. And as you pull it up out of the water, you find that it's a necklace with a clown hanging from that necklace, and the buttons down the front of the clown's clothing appear to be sparkling diamonds catching in the sunlight. And you take a closer look at that necklace. You place that necklace around your neck. You project your awareness to your fingertips, as if looking at the back of your neck. As you maneuver those fingertips to do up that clasp behind your neck. And then just very gently pulling on the necklace to feel that the clasp has definitely sealed, and then releasing your grip on the necklace as it hangs down around your neck. That clown resting on your chest just beneath your chin. And you feel a certain weight to that necklace. You feel like there's something different about it. A certain warmth starts to form from the necklace. And that warmth begins to infuse gently within your body, weaving its way through your body. And you hear a low and comfortable rumble, like a low hum, emanating from the necklace and through your being. Beginning to stretch out within and around your chest, down to your legs, down to your arms and your fingertips, up to the top of your head, down to the tips of your toes. And then you instinctively feel your arms and your legs thrust outwards and your head thrust upwards. And with that movement, you feel like you're throwing off a shell. And at the corner of your eye, you can see yourself. And where you could see your arms, your body, your legs, you now see yourself as a purple dragon. You can feel the wings on your back, flapping, keeping you airborne. You can see a mystical landscape below. Rounded, small mountain-shaped hills protruding through a fog, each covered in stone and moss and some rough grasses. Like upturned cups dotted everywhere. And as you look around, you find yourself flying as instinctively as when you walk from A to B without a thought. And you fly down into the fog, feeling that fog against your skin. Flying down beneath the fog, low to the ground. And you find that this ground, this landscape, is like marshy, shallow seas, dotted with marshy green land, boggy grasses, and these tall mounds protruding up into the sky. And you fly and weave around those tall mounds, keeping close to the ground and the water. The tip of your wings occasionally slicing through the surface of the water, cutting through the tops of the grasses, before launching back up above the fog, spiraling around, seeming to almost drag some of that fog up with you, creating what looks almost like a tornado following your body up and round into the sky. As the sun up here burns the tip of that fog off and warms your body. And the warmth of the sun seems to almost infuse with you, as if it's powering you, as if somehow flying in the sun is filling you with energy, and you feel your body warming in the sun, your chest and your throat comfortably warming. And you develop an urge to scream, like an excited, happy scream. And when you let out that scream, a burst of white flame explodes from your mouth with a loud roar and a rumble through your throat. And when you stop screaming, so the flame dissipates, and you fly above this landscape, flying beyond the fog, flying away from those large mounds, the shallow waters, and above dense meadows of wildflowers. Seeing deer huddled together in the meadows, munching on the ground, swooping down, seeing birds flitting from tree to tree, hopping around on the grass, bees and butterflies pottering around from plant to plant. And as you fly, you see what looks like a castle in the distance, and you fly to that castle. And as you land in the courtyard of the castle, so you land so softly and delicately. And when you go to move towards the castle entrance, you realize out your peripheral vision, you no longer look like a dragon. You seem to have become a mouse, walking so daintily through the courtyard. Your fluffy body slightly frizzy with the moisture in the air, and you tootle along, heading up towards the entrance to that castle. And while you walk along, you notice that that necklace is still around your neck, only it seems to have resized to match the size you are now as a mouse. And you head up to that castle, and there's no way you can knock on this door and be heard. So you look around the doorway, and you find a small hole in the corner of the wooden door, where the wooden door is beginning to rot slightly. And you softly squeeze your way through that hole, heading into this castle, unsure what you'll find. And your feet tap gently across the stone floor as you explore the castle. And the castle seems deserted, almost as if whoever was here disappeared in an instant. And you climb up a table leg and see food still laid out on the table. And you munch your way through some of that food, feeling a sense like you want to eat something, like you need something satisfying your soul in some way. Then you head over to a bowl that looks like a punch bowl, and you scramble up, poke your head over the rim, and begin to drink at some of that drink in the bowl. And as you drink, so you stumble and fall in. And as you fall in, you give the tiniest of splashes, but then find something strange, that you seem to have changed again. And as you look around under this liquid, you find that it seems like you're looking around in a coral reef in the most beautiful turquoise water, seeing corals of all sorts of colours, and different fish swimming among the coral, and other sea creatures, hearing the sounds of dolphins, the distant sounds of whales, and seeing that you've become a turtle, almost flying under the water, with such ease and so little effort required. And you swim as a turtle down towards the coral. You weave your way through the coral, that necklace still hanging around your neck. And you see something in the distance, like a dark patch, almost like a tunnel, perhaps a cave. And as you swim closer, you notice that that cave seems to be triangular. And you swim closer and closer to the cave. You pass through the cave. But as you pass through the cave, you seem to leave the water. And as you leave the water, going deeper and deeper, passing through that cave, so you hear the rush of wind around you. You feel yourself skid to a halt in snow. You stand up and notice that you're an incredibly fluffy white fox with a bushy tail, thick fur, and the howling wind just makes your fur flutter. But you don't feel the cold apart from just slightly on the tip of your nose, and the sensation of the wind against your eyes, and the occasional gentle flapping of your ears. And as you walk through the snow, your footsteps are so soft, so delicate, just the slightest crunch with each step. And this landscape seems so barren. All you can see in every direction is snow, blending into a storm. And while walking through this snow, you spy a gentle glow, a slightly silvery white glow. You walk towards that glow, and in the snow, you see the most beautiful, glowing angel. And as you get closer and closer, So she seems to tingle like the sound of delicate bells. And she seems so friendly, and in the softest voice, she introduces herself as the Snow Angel. And with that, the wind calms down, and she stood before you in a delicate white cape, draped down, touching the top of the snow. The only thing showing behind her are translucent wings. She explains that the storm is just her cape, expanded. And if she opens her cape, the storm will return. And she tells you that you're here on a mission of inner discovery, of learning something about yourself that you'll only know by accessing multiple different aspects of yourself. And each aspect of yourself is contained within a different being. And so you have to explore each of those aspects of yourself to better know yourself and get a whole impression of yourself and a whole understanding of who you are and who you can be and what you can achieve. And she hands you a small bar of lavender-scented soap and tells you that this will be the secret to finding your way from here. And with that, she opens her cape, the storm returns, and she fades into the distance. And as this fox, you continue on, walking through this snowy landscape, and you notice an area where the snow is becoming thinner, and you can see some dark blue water as you approach. And you walk towards that water and you can see some steam just gently rising from the water. And you get closer and closer and you notice this water seems to be a natural hot spring of the most comfortable temperature and so refreshing in this cold landscape. And you walk into that water. You rub up that soap, it lathers up. You begin to wash that soap over yourself, absorbing yourself in the scent of lavender. That scent of lavender filling your nostrils, breathing in through your body, tingling at the back of your eyes, twitching in the tips of your ears. Feeling yourself relaxing deeper and deeper. And your eyes closing. And as your eyes close, so you feel the water fade away around you, And while the water fades away, you feel that you're resting in a meadow on a beautiful summer's day. You open your eyes and you find that you're now a gopher, and you're exploring this meadow. And in the middle of this meadow is a large rock, and sticking in that large rock is a sword, and that sword is gently humming, as if it's vibrating a song. And you bound your way over to that sword, and as you get near, the sword begins to talk. It asks you to sit down, take a moment and listen. I'm going to tell you a story. A story about a child called Heather. And Heather was out one day in a pumpkin patch. And she was gathering up pumpkins for pumpkin pie. And as she was gathering up those pumpkins, they got heavier and heavier and harder to carry. But she had to get those pumpkins home. And she tried to carry that basket of pumpkins. But the more she walked, the heavier they felt. And it felt like so much time was passing as she was carrying those pumpkins. And she could see home, but it seemed so far away, as if every step she took towards the house, she was finding herself 2 steps further away. And she walked and walked. And then someone dressed as a knight in silver shining armour appeared before her, and they offered to help her. And she accepted that help. And that knight helped her carry the pumpkins all the way home. And once home, she offered them a cup of tea. And they came in for the cup of tea. But when they took their helmet off, she was surprised by what she saw. Underneath the helmet, this knight was an octopus. And they removed their armour and flopped to the floor. And they spoke to her about magic and about taking on different forms, about how they can disguise themselves and how they can use their strong arms to shape themselves, whether it's filling armour or hiding in a crevice. And while drinking tea, they share knowledge. And Heather sets about cooking pumpkin pie. And almost as if the scent of pumpkin pie wafting through the land, her father appeared at the door. And he arrived at the door wearing socks and sandals, dressed as a bandit. And he wasn't happy to see a knight's armour lying on the ground. He worried that there was a knight here in his home, and he had his stolen items in a sack. And as he arrived, the octopus camouflaged itself, and so he couldn't see the octopus there. And then slowly the octopus revealed itself, explained they're not a knight. And the father explained why he did what he did, and about being poor and trying to provide. And so the octopus took this opportunity to teach something to the father. He spoke about a story he had heard about a monk who'd left his shoes outside a building while he went into the building. And when he came back, his shoes were gone. And the monk's friend said how angry he must be at his shoes going missing, at whoever stole those shoes. And the monk explained that whoever took the shoes probably needed them more than he did. And the person that took the shoes has given him this gift of learning and exploring, kindness and compassion, exploring forgiveness, exploring acceptance. That if the person hadn't taken those shoes, there are lessons he would never learn. There are feelings he'd never experience. And the friend didn't fully understand. But the monk was just sharing. And the octopus continued on teaching. And one of the items the bandit had taken was that talking sword. And the octopus told the bandit, "You need to place that sword in the stone in the pumpkin patch, and it will stay there until someone comes along who's capable of removing that sword." And when that occurs, they'll bring a new understanding through time, a new wave of good fortune. And like a ripple through time, like a stone in a pool of water, that'll spread through time, and it'll follow the path back through everyone who's touched that sword. And the sword's tail will bring peace a new understanding. And you'll no longer be poor, but you'll be rich in a very specific kind of way. But that way of being rich will allow you to have what you need, and it'll allow you to release what you want. And the octopus then climbs back into the armour. The bandit takes the sword out to the stone. The octopus follows. And once the sword is in the stone, so the octopus rests an arm on the bandit's head and says, "I'm the keeper of dreams," and passes a dream to the bandit. And the bandit's eyes close, they become very still. They drift into a deep and powerful reverie, going through an experience much like the one you're going through now. As if their brain has been reprogrammed, like taking a chunk of the old out and replacing it with something new. And when they release that bandit's brain, and the bandit returns back to themselves, they find the fields full of lush crops. They go and eat Heather's pumpkin pie. And the octopus, in that suit, jumps in the air. And as the suit falls to the ground, so there's an explosion of sand from within the suit that dissipates with a thick breeze, wafting on the winds of peace and harmony. And so the sword continues telling the story and says that you, as a gopher here, is the one who's destined to remove the sword from the stone. And as a gopher, you question whether you'd be able to remove that sword from the stone. They say you're not called a gopher for nothing. You're going to go far. But to go far, you need to remove that sword. And the gopher climbs up on the stone, and as this gopher, you take hold of the sword and so easily and effortlessly manage to lift it out of the stone. The sound of that sword sliding its way through that stone, humming as it stretches into the air, like a lightning bolt sparking from the tip of the sword up into the sky, arcing overhead, like that lightning is dancing from cloud to cloud, back down to the earth again. and finding yourself stood there tall and proud, no longer looking like a gopher. And as you gaze up and around and look back in front of you, you find your landscape has changed again. You're stood in a large, empty room. A room that's pitch black and so large you can't see the sides. And a man in a purple cape is stood in the shadows. And he explains that he's a magician of sorts. He's the observer. He watches over everything. And he creates transformational experiences like this one. And he gestures for you to follow him. And carrying that sword, you follow him on a long walk through this dark room, an almost soundless room, just the most delicate spatial hum. And after a long walk, you notice some windows, and you walk over to those windows and stand next to the magician at the window. And you look out of the window, and below you can see the earth. And he says that for millennia, people have gazed up at the night sky, watched the moon pass overhead, unaware the moon is an ancient alien spaceship, and that we're the aliens. We're here observing, watching, transforming lives from afar. He gestures and points and says, "Down there, you're sleeping, resting on a comfortable chair, thinking you're drifting and dreaming, unaware. I've been inside your mind, helping to reprogram things and help make some changes. Almost like granting wishes. And in a moment, you're going to look at me. You're going to look into my eyes. I'm going to count from 3 to 1. And on the count of 1, you're going to think I fade away. But actually, you're the one fading away from here, back to the you there. And you'll wake up, thinking this was all a dream. 3, 2. That's it, all the way, deeper and deeper. 1, that's it. And as the experience seems to fade like a dream, you find yourself waking on that chair, nighttime, deepening, and you head into the building. You head to your bed, and it's the most comfortable, most perfect bed, the ideal mattress, the most comfortable pillow. and it takes no time at all for your head to hit the pillow and your eyes to close and your mind to drift deeply and comfortably asleep into Slumberland. And you're walking gently along a calm seashore, walking barefoot in the sand, feeling the warm water roll gently in over your feet. The sensation of that water pulling the sand back out to sea. The sound of each wave as it rolls in and out. And while walking along the shore and allowing your mind to drift and wander, you can feel the warmth of the sun, hear the sound of seabirds, smell that salty air, and feel what each footstep feels like as they sink gently, squelching into the sand. And you walk for a little while, and you can see a family down the beach, children playing and laughing, the parents sitting in the sun with lashings of sun cream plastered over their faces, their body. The children throwing beach ball to each other. The way that ball almost floats through the air. It doesn't matter how hard the children throw the ball. Within a fraction of a second, it slows right down and almost floats through the air. And you continue along the beach. You walk past that family. And you head to a beautiful white horse. And you mount the horse. And you begin to walk the horse along the beach. Its feet trudging through that sand, splashing up some of the water. Leaving its hoof prints in the sand. And then directing it up from the beach, directing it through some woodland as the sounds from the beach begin to fade into the background, and the sounds of that family fade away. And the sounds of the sea, the seabirds, now beginning to hear the gentle song of songbirds wafting through the woodland. The light dancing before you as the leaves above rattle around in the treetops. And the gentle thud, 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 thud of the horse walking on the compacted soil, occasionally stepping over roots crossing the path, occasionally having to duck beneath branches, your body gently rocking as the horse walks. Until you reach a gate, and you reach down, you flick open the gate, and the horse's body gently pushes on the gate, pushing the gate open. Then turning around, the gate swinging closed, clunking into place. You just check that the gate is closed properly before walking onto the road. And as the horse walks along the road, so its metal shoes clang against the road's surface. And you walk along the edge of the woodland, and on the other side of this road there's a hedgerow. On the other side of the hedgerow there's many fields and meadows rolling off into the distance. And you continue along this road. The only sounds, the sounds of the horse walking, the sounds of its breathing and your breathing. The sounds of songbirds and the gentle rustling of leaves. And the horse walks following the road. And you follow this road for many hours, not seeing anybody else in all that time. Until you decide to stop for a moment. You dismount, move the horse over, off of the road. You loop the reins around a branch. You set up camp and a small campfire. And as evening approaches, you settle down, have something to eat, something to drink, and just relax and enjoy this calming experience. And while you eat, you see a small bluebird fly down a short distance from you, its tail flicking gently, making small jumps, keeping its eyes on some bread that you have. And so you crumple up a little bit of the bread. You throw that over for the bird. It tentatively skips towards you, pecks up some of those crumbs, looking up at you between each peck, and skips back. And the bluebird hangs around as long as you've got some food for it. But after a while, you've nothing else for it. And so it darts off as quickly as it had landed. And while the sun begins to set, so you take a book out of your backpack, and it's an old book, and you turn to a specifically bookmarked page and continue reading from that page, really trying to understand what's written on the pages, the meaning of what's written there. And what you find written is largely written in hieroglyphs, an ancient script. And so it takes some time to understand that text. Because not only do you have to work out exactly what it says, but there are often multiple meanings for different words. And so you work through trying to work out the best combination of the different words and phrases that the ancient text and hieroglyphs mean, to try and form something which makes sense. And yet a lot of it doesn't quite make sense. And you find what seems like a ritual written down. And this ritual describes creating a circle out of hot stones. And so you follow the instructions. You place the stones in the fire, and when they're glowing, you place them down, forming a circle. And by now the sun has set. And so in this cool night air, to the backdrop of crickets humming around you, you've got the campfire flickering, gently rumbling, and that glowing stone circle on the moist grass. With a little bit of steam rising from around the edges of the stones. You then take a branch and you slice that branch lengthways until you have a plank You place that in front of the stone circle, across some raised stones, like a table. And you continue reading the instructions. And you get some charcoal from the fire. And you draw a symbol on the left-hand side of that plank. And you draw another symbol on the right-hand side. And those symbols come from the book. And then you grab a stone. You follow the instructions to wrap some thread around that stone in a specific way that the stone hangs almost like hanging in a basket, with the thread tied above the stone in such a way that it makes a pendulum. And then you tie that pendulum to a stick. And it's a long willow stick that has a little give to it that flexes with the most gentle creak. And then in the center of the stones, you sprinkle down some sand that you gathered on the beach. And among the sand, you place some pebbles. And then you take some of the burning sticks from the fire. You rest them with the flames touching the stones. And smoke gently rises from around that ring. And you continue reading the instructions. And it instructs you to sit cross-legged, holding the willow branch, tucked with one end of it against your body, directly in your center line, just below your navel. And the pendulum swings gently above that board. And it tells you that one of those symbols means yes. And one of those symbols means no. And you hang that pendulum right in the center of the board. And the book instructs you to focus on the pendulum and focus on the idea of receiving the answer, and just keep focusing on that. The answer to the riddle of what this all means. And so you focus on that pendulum, and it just hangs so still, occasionally just slightly spiraling, but hangs directly down. And you focus on whether you can receive the answer. And as you focus on that, you notice the slightest movement start in that pendulum, and you're sure that you're remaining as stationary as possible, that you're not moving it. But you see it beginning to move, and the more you see it, the more it moves, and the more it moves, the more you notice it moving. And the more you notice it moving, the more it swings. And you notice that it's not just swinging left and right. It begins swinging in a circle, and that circle is slanted towards the yes symbol, as if it's swinging in a circle, like the orbit of a comet, swinging out to the yes and back to the center, swinging round and round. And you watch, slightly hypnotized and slightly amazed and curious, as you notice that the flames touching the stones seem to be gradually glowing brighter and brighter, as if they're heating up the stones, and the stones in turn are powering the flames. And the fire seems to be seeping somehow onto the sand. And as you continue watching, while the pendulum's swinging, in the darkness of the night, with just the blanket of stars for company, and the horse resting beside you, and the sounds of the crickets, the sand begins to glow, as if it's becoming so hot it's melting. And it glows red and orange and yellow and white. And yet, somehow, hypnotically, you find your eyes just stuck gazing at that sand. And then the sand begins to cool, but as it cools, you notice it seems to have been turned to glass. And the flames burn themselves out. The stones begin to dim down. Your campfire burns down to embers. And what felt like just a few minutes, you discover hours have passed. and you place down the pendulum. You stand up. You lean over that glass circle, and you see your reflection in the moonlight dancing off of the surface, bouncing up with its silvery light, illuminating your face. You feel like you're glowing in that moonlight as you gaze into that circle, and you can see your reflection, and then you notice a slight haze around your reflection. And then, almost as if someone's just stamped in the center of the glass, it shatters, and in its place there seems to just be a dark hole. And you hear a whispering voice coming from within that hole, almost summoning you in. Jump. 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 You feel a gentle pressure around your shoulders, your back. A calming, comfortable pressure that seems to be encouraging you. Jump. You gaze down into that hole. Jump. And as you gaze into the hole, jump. You feel this urge. Jump. And you jump in the air, pull your arms in, your legs in, jumping into the hole. And as soon as you're in the hole, you realize it's like a giant slide, a bit like a water slide with such smooth sides. And you power your way round this slide, unsure where it's going to end, feeling like it's going on for ages, until eventually it calms down. You feel slowing down. But in pitch black, you can't quite get an idea of how fast or how far you've travelled. And that circle of light in the distance gets larger and closer, until you burst out the end, fly through the air. And while flying through the air, you see the vastest, most beautiful landscape. And you see what looks like a bouncy castle being moved around. And you realize that it's moving to be where you're about to land. And you strike that bouncy castle. You bounce vertically high in the air, and then land back on the bouncy castle, bouncing up and down a little bit until you come to a halt. And you rest there for a moment on the bouncy castle, catching your breath, just taking a moment to take in what just happened, feeling a sense of relief. And then you climb off the bouncy castle, jump down onto the grass, and you can see here the sun's just beginning to rise over the horizon. And you turn back and you see underneath the bouncy castle an army of guinea pigs with gently squeaking voices. Each one wearing sports shorts and sunglasses and little headbands. Each one looking relieved that they managed to move the bouncy castle to where you are going to land. And you see, in front of the bouncy castle, is a kangaroo. And the kangaroo has a notebook and a small pencil. And that kangaroo is wearing yoga shorts and also has a headband and some wristbands and a young kangaroo tucked carefully in their pouch. And you see that in the notebook is some mathematics showing the arc you travelled through the air, working out where you were going to land. The kangaroo says that they're usually the yoga instructor, but when they saw you flying through the air and they realised they've got a visitor, they quickly rallied the troops together to make sure that you'd have a safe landing. And you thank the kangaroo, and you thank the guinea pigs. The kangaroo says that perhaps you found your way here to meet with the Ancient One, because that's the only way someone would have come through that tube and found their way to this land. And they tell you that pebbles will show you the way. And you look around you trying to find out where Pebbles is. And then you see a small chicken trotting along beside you. The kangaroo says, "This is Pebbles. She's one of the most powerful witches in the land. And she'll show you the way to the Ancient One." And so you follow Pebbles. You walk across this land. And as you walk across the land, you try and engage in conversation with Pebbles. But Pebbles just clucks away. And as the sun rises, so it becomes obscured by dark and looming clouds. And it begins to rain, the largest, warmest, most comfortable raindrops. And Pebbles takes a small cocktail umbrella from behind one of her wings, pops that up over her head, with the large drops slapping the top of the umbrella, bouncing off, as she just about manages to keep the top of her head dry, while the rest of her is getting soaked. As you walk in the rain running down your face, that gentle smell of a landscape that hasn't been rained on for a very long time, finally soaking through. And as this dense shower passes, Pebbles pops down the umbrella, and the rain begins to gently evaporate, and against the dark backdrop of the clouds, the most beautiful rainbow forms overhead, almost guiding your way. And Pebbles continues to cluck along. And a gentle mist rises from the damp landscape as the sun rises overhead. And you see in the distance what looks like a small hut. And outside the hut looks like somebody sitting on a swinging chair. And they seem to be playing a musical instrument and absorbed in their playing, almost as if they're in a reverie of their own. And Pebbles shows you all the way to the hut, nods as if to say goodbye, then jumps up, pops up that umbrella, twirls the umbrella with her beak. Sparkles come off of the umbrella as the umbrella lifts her up into the air, her bottom flailing around while she hangs on with her beak, her claws just gently dangling. And that umbrella fizzing and spinning and sparkling as it spins, creating a ring of sparkly light. And you watch for a while until she's almost out of sight. You turn to this person on that swinging chair outside that hut, and they look up at you, and you notice that there's something different about them. They're wearing a top hat. They're dressed in the smartest looking clothes. They stop playing a mandolin to talk with you. And the first thing they say, but observing you watch Pebbles fly away, is that is a fairy ring, that sparkling ring of light, spinning and sparkling with the energy to defy gravity. And they place the mandolin beside them, and they take their top hat off, and they pull a scythe out of their top hat, and they say to you, "There's somewhere you've been looking for that relates to that book you've been reading." And they say some incomprehensible words. And swing that scythe in the air. And you hear it cutting the air. You hear ravens calling out in the distance. And you see ravens launching into the air, circling overhead. As that cut air begins to separate. And just like cutting through paper or cutting through material with tension either side, that cut separates and opens out, and you see a rip in space and time. And mesmerized, you gaze through that rip in space and time, and they tell you they're a being from far away. They came to Earth thousands of years ago. They've been the guardian of knowledge, the keeper of secrets. And they're going to show you something from thousands of years ago. And with you, they walk through that rip in space and time, and you find yourself on the edge of an encroaching desert, the sun beating down overhead. And lush green landscape before you, wrapped tightly around the edge of the Nile. And they say that neither of you can be seen here. They're just showing you what once was. They're showing you what you've been seeking. That knowledge that was lost to time. They explain that 10,000 years ago, this is where they were, and here is where they still are. And they walk you through this lush landscape. And you can see villages of people milling around, some down by the river, boats on the river. You can see farmland, and you see one intriguing location, and they walk you all the way to that location. And as you stand near that location, you can hear a low, gentle rumble. And they say that this large cave that goes down perhaps 600 meters leads to an underground cave system. And there's water running through the base of this cave. And that water creates a gentle rumble and hiss, depending on how much water is flowing through it. As floods happen elsewhere, there's a delay before water flows down there. And when water flows heavy, it sounds like a growl. When water flows lighter, it sounds like a hiss. And those around here began to worship this giant hole. There was no way for these people to know how to get down into the hole, and it's so deep, it just descends into darkness. But as time went on, we arrived. We gave them knowledge. And we told them to store that knowledge, and that we would help being the keepers of that knowledge. And we placed the knowledge in emerald crystals. And we built towers with holes in that filled with scrolls. And we built a floor above these deep caves. And underneath that floor, in the safety of the cave, all the knowledge of the ancients was stored. And I was the keeper of that knowledge, an eternal being. And as time went on, other civilizations started building up. And as they built up, so there was a fear that they may try and take that knowledge or destroy the knowledge. Thousands of years of history, of learning, of wisdom. And so a massive building project took place. And a giant pyramid was built over the top of that chamber of knowledge. And to guard the pyramid, a sphinx was placed with a secret tunnel that would lead to the chamber. And across a generation, the pyramid was built. And the legends continued that there was a snake down there, perhaps a dragon, some kind of creature that growled and roared and hissed, that guarded the underworld. And that legend protected the chamber from anyone investigating, because the legend became bigger than the truth of it being an underground library and as the landscape dried out, so the library would survive, and with a giant pyramid over the top, and the encroaching desert, and the disappearing greenery, and fewer people, being right here, reduced awareness, a memory within the civilization of the ancient library. And as they're talking to you, so you see time moving through, that pyramid being built, the sun rising and setting and rising and setting, day after day, like watching the world around you move in fast forward. And they tell you that a time of pharaohs arrived who believed that they were gods, and the first pharaoh was still aware of that knowledge, and they wanted to have the status of being the guardian of the knowledge. And so on their death, they made sure they were buried inside the pyramid, above that ancient secret library. And as years went on, so more pharaohs followed suit. In the older days, they just used to build smaller pyramids. But now there was this one large pyramid. Others wanted to do the same, but no longer to guard the knowledge. But now they wanted to do the same, to prove they were more worthy, more godlike than what came before. And eventually, as civilizations do, they lost their way, dispersed. History happened, and the library was lost to time, forever buried and untouched in that cave. Tens of thousands of scrolls and objects and documents and knowledge stored from our ancient race. Within those emerald crystals. And this alien then guides you into that library as it looks today, guides you through a secret entrance. You descend a spiral staircase, and all the way down that spiral staircase are scrolls in holes in the central column, and you realize there are multiple columns stretching down to the cave floor. And at the base of the cave, you look around, and the alien lights a torch that illuminates the cave. You see the vastness of this chamber, each footstep echoing, and yet there's a certain stillness and silence to this chamber. You see how delicate the scrolls are that are stored here. You see the giant emerald. And then the alien guides you back out and tells you this is what you've been seeking, that book shares the last handed down secrets of the existence of this ancient library. And they've remained the keeper of knowledge. But since it's been filled in with a giant pyramid overhead, they now monitor it from afar, from a temporal realm between worlds. And they're the ones that have created that temporal realm. It's their own little zone, made to look how they want it to look. And they can come and go as they please. And with a click, the temporal realm can disappear completely. And they swing the scythe, slicing a rip in space and time. They walk back through to that temporal realm. You follow them back. You sit on that swing chair at their hut as they tell you more of the history of how they visited the planet, how they influenced civilizations, despite trying really hard to just be observers. But they didn't bank on ancient civilizations and their tendency to find meaning and to imbue meaning upon situations. And to want some kind of explanation to the point that they're prepared to create their own explanation and then treat it as true. And so it didn't take long for them to be known as gods here, when they're really just visitors from the stars. And they even hung on to those beliefs to the point that they started building their buildings to mirror the stars in the sky, building their buildings almost like a map back to where the aliens had come from. And the other aliens had left. Just they remained to watch over those records. And then, after a little while, The sun begins to set, and they guide you into the hut. They offer you some food and some drink. They tell you that you can't go back the way you came, so you'll need to have some drink to find your way home. And you sit in their cabin, resting in that hut. You start drinking the drink that they've made for you, and it's a warm and comfortable drink that tickles your nose as it wafts around your face, that tingles behind the eyes. And as you drink that drink, and you're gazing out the window as the sun's almost fully set, you see the field outside the window beginning to bubble and fizzle, beginning to undulate. You see what looks like fog rising from the field, but the fog seems to be rising with the field, as if taking the field with it as it rises higher and higher. And you notice beneath the field, what's left as the field disappears and rises into the sky is just black. And you look out other windows. You see the trees fizzing and bubbling and rising from the ground, almost turning to particles as they merge with the fog. You see the kitchen tap jump down from the back of the kitchen sink and start dancing on the work surface. You then see the plates jump up with little legs appearing and start dancing. And everything around you seems to begin to separate into individual particles and gradually pop particle by particle out of existence, until the darkness around you gets closer and closer as every particle of matter slowly pops out of existence, until you're just left in a state of nothingness, in a void where you can't see anything, you can't hear anything. There's no up, no down, no left, no right, no back, no forth. Just a space of nothingness, no temperature, no sensations, just being, just peace and calm and serenity. And then very slowly you see what looks like a pinprick of light, and then another and another and another and another, and gradually, pinprick by pinprick, you see a new reality forming around you, until enough of that reality is formed that you can begin to feel it beneath you, begin to feel yourself existing here, begin to hear here, and finding yourself standing over that hole. As you sit back down and look up and look around and see your horse resting beside you, as if just a moment has passed. And you settle down into a tent. And you begin to write up your experiences, writing in detail what happened, the ritual you undertook, the void, the ancient Egyptian library under the pyramid, those you encountered, and after writing up your experience, you leave the tent, you walk around, and occasionally jump up and down, just to make sure you have a sense of reality and being connected to reality. Almost like checking that everything is as solid as it is supposed to be. And then, with nighttime still set in, you settle down in the tent, curious about the future. Curious about how you'll share your new learning and what you may choose not to share, and how this experience might shape you in the future, and feeling a sense of peace and calm, you gently drift and float, relaxed asleep, into Slumberland. And as you comfortably drift into a dream, you find yourself jumping on the softest, fluffiest clouds, on the darkest of nights, and the top of the clouds is illuminated by moonlight. Almost making the clouds seem alive with brightness, with the most comfortable, peaceful glow. As the stars overhead twinkle, almost as if they're dancing in the distance themselves, jumping softly around in the sky. And as you jump up and down on that cloud, you notice the way the cloud cradles your feet as you land. The spongy texture of the cloud, the soft feeling of the cloud against the underside of your feet, like walking on the softest wool. and noticing how springy the cloud is as you jump higher and higher into the sky, sometimes managing to jump so high you can spin in the air and then land on your bottom and then bounce back up again as if you're on the softest of trampolines, doing different somersaults. And each time you strike the cloud, so you notice yourself going a little deeper and deeper into the experience, at first in a way that goes unknown to you. And you feel so full of energy when you start jumping on the cloud, but find that with each bounce, a little energy seeps away into the cloud, as a little sleep seeps in to your senses. And so your jumping softens and relaxes with time. And you notice as you bounce on that cloud how peaceful it is up here in this sky, with that blanket of cloud stretched out beneath you. And eventually, sleep begins to settle in to the point that you feel it's time now to stop jumping, and you head to the edge of the cloud. You sit on that soft cloud, dangling your legs over the edge, and you notice a curious sight, that where you've been jumping on the top of the cloud, small puffballs of cloud have been separating from the underside, and you can now see all those little puffballs gradually, slowly drifting down to the ground below. And what you notice as you watch those puffballs drifting to the ground is that the closer they get to the ground, the more they're developing legs and a head and a short fluffy tail. And as the puffballs land on the ground one by one, you notice that they land as sheep. And the sound of each one baaing takes time to rise up from the ground to your ears. But you watch as each puffball gradually settles into a field below, and they naturally begin to huddle closer together, as if realizing they all came from the same place, and so they want to be in the same field. And in your mind you look down and begin counting those sheep. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh no, some have just moved. Let's start again. 1, 2, 3, 4, deeper and deeper absorbed. 5. And you try focusing on counting those sheep, but every now and then a sheep will cut through the sheep, finding a new place among the herd. And you'll have to start counting again as you lose your place. But you're determined to focus really hard on counting those sheep, trying really hard to count all of the sheep. Because you know if you can count all of those sheep, you'll be aware of how many bounces you did on the clouds. And you're curious. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, counting those sheep, losing count, starting again. Each time you restart counting, you drift a little deeper and deeper into the experience. And you know that you'll eventually succeed at counting those sheep. But the more you count, the heavier your eyelids seem to get, as if the weight of each number settles in just above your eyes, sitting relaxing on those eyelids, weighing them gently down. But you persevere, counting those sheep. 7, 8, 9, no, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, deeper and deeper. 3, 4, and you keep counting those sheep until eventually, as those eyelids get heavier and heavier, you succeed in making it to that last sheep. And as you count the last sheep, so you lie back onto the cloud, feeling a deep sense of relief and satisfaction at achieving counting those sheep. And that cloud under your back is so soft, like the fluffiest, puffiest blanket you could ever lie back on, relaxing back deeply, profoundly. And while you relax back onto that cloud, feeling the cloud under your lower back, your upper back, your shoulders, gently resting your head like the fluffiest, softest pillow. The sensation of the cloud on the arms, the hands, under those legs. You feel yourself beginning to drift and dream deeper and deeper into the experience. And you have this sense of standing up while your body lies there, And the more you stand up and move away from that body, the deeper and more profoundly asleep that body becomes. And while you walk away from your body, you can see how deeply relaxed you look. The softening of the muscles around the face, the breathing so slow and steady. And you walk along this cloud, only this time as you walk away from yourself, sleeping deeper and deeper over there. You find yourself following a path that's forming before each footstep. And as you follow this path, the path is slightly warm and comfortable. A gentle road leading you through this cloud landscape. As the rolling tops of the clouds move gently while you walk, and in the distance you start to hear the sound of flowing water, and you work your way in the direction of that sound, and the path just seems to be going where you're going. As you follow that path, curious where it'll lead, and eventually you find yourself walking along the edge of the most beautiful crystal clear river. The water gently bubbling and meandering along the cloud, like a river through a white landscape. And you see as you walk a building with a water wheel attached a little way off in the distance. And you gently walk towards that water wheel. And as you walk, the water smells so fresh, so clean and peaceful. The sound of that water filling your senses with a deep sense of peace and comfort. And then you hear the gentle sound of the water wheel turning. And you notice that where the water wheel is, the river flows down a gentle waterfall, passing the water wheel, filling a small lake that seems very shallow. And that lake is full of tiny eddies, tens of thousands of small eddies, each gently whirling around in the water. And you notice that beneath each one is a tiny hole, and that as this cloud you're on is passing over the landscape below, so the water flows, fills this small lake, and then filters through those holes, creating rain beneath the cloud. And you can hear the clunky sound of that water wheel as it turns. the sloshing sound of the water, the gentle splashing of that water. And you head into the building, and inside the building you see an alligator sitting in the most comfortable armchair, knitting a multicoloured scarf. And next to the alligator is a backgammon board. And sitting next to the backgammon board is an owl with some glasses perched gently on the tip of their beak. And the alligator and the owl seem to be deeply engrossed in that game of backgammon, while the alligator is knitting at the same time. And a fire is gently crackling away in the fireplace. And with a hoot, the owl invites you to go to the kitchen, grab yourself a tea cake, perhaps take down the mug on the shelf, and if you like, you can make yourself a warm drink. And so, while they continue playing, you head over to the kitchen area. You grab a large mug. You mix yourself a drink with the ingredients that are right there beside you. You smell that sweet scent of the drink. You add a little honey to the drink. You take one of the tea cakes and you head back over to the owl and the alligator. And you thank them for the drink and the tea cake. You take a bite of the tea cake. You feel the sensations of that soft, fluffy cake, the sweet taste, and a slight appley taste to the cake. And you can smell that gentle appley smell. And you munch your way through the cake. You wipe the crumbs off your mouth. You brush your hands together. Then move on to drinking the drink. And as you begin to drink that drink, so you feel the warmth of the drink passing in your mouth, the vapour from the drink tickling your nostrils, almost as if that vapour is tingling around the inside of your ears and the roof of your mouth and up behind your eyes, stimulating your brain before the warmth of the drink massages your tongue, your throat, bringing peace and calm down through your body, like a warmth radiating out, softening your shoulders, softening the muscles down the arms, relaxing the hands, massaging the shoulders, the upper back, bringing peace down through your sides, your stomach, all the way down into your legs. And the owl notices that you look like you want to sit down, that you're becoming deeply relaxed. And so the owl invites you to sit in the chair opposite the alligator, beside the fire. And so you sit down deeply into that chair as you continue to drink. And the owl tells you that you can rest one hand on the arm of the chair, and that will let the chair know you want to relax deeply. And so you rest your arm on the arm of the chair, the palm of your hand touching the raggedy material, the worn fabric. And it's almost as if the chair comes alive and begins to softly scratch your back in the calmest, most pleasant way. And you can feel your back being gently scratched with the most pleasurable back scratching as you continue drinking that drink. And from time to time, you notice that the table the backgammon is resting on seems to glitch, as if glitching in and out of reality. And the owl notices you noticing this and explains that the table is a periodic table. Sometimes it's there, sometimes it's not. There's a rhythm to the periods of existing here and not existing here. But the essence of the table remains. So even when the table isn't here, everything on the table remains where the table should be. And as you begin to finish that drink, you can really begin to feel your mind drifting, as if you want to close your eyes and sink into an experience. And so you decide to close your eyes a moment. And the alligator says, "That's fine. They'll be just sat there playing." You can drift asleep and relax and dream. And so you find your consciousness drifting asleep, passing through a fading dream. And you start to have this sense of grass tickling your cheeks and the backs of your ears and the back of your neck. The faint sound of rustling grass in a breeze. The delicate warmth of a sun massaging your face, warming your cheeks, your forehead, the tip of your nose. That gentle red glow through the eyes. The feeling of grass under your arms and your hands. The delicate sound of songbirds. The occasional coolness and dimness of passing clouds. And as your consciousness settles in here, so you begin to open your eyes. And you sit up and look around and you find you're lying near an oak tree in the middle of a meadow with rolling hills, songbirds flying around, bees and butterflies flitting from plant to plant. And beside the tree is a folded piece of paper. And you open that piece of paper, and it seems to be a treasure map. And you stand up, you twist around that bit of paper, gazing around you, trying to match up what you can see on the paper with the landscape around you. You can see the way the sunlight makes a distant river glisten. So you can see where that river is, and you line the map up to match the orientation of the landscape. You look on the map, you can see where X marks the spot. And out of curiosity, you decide to go and investigate. And so you start to walk through this meadow on this beautiful, warm summer's day. Taking your time to walk, enjoying the environment. And as you walk, you're curious, what will be at the X? From where you are, you can't see where the X is. You can't see the exact location. And so you can't work out exactly what will be there. And you try and work out what you think will be the best route to get to that X, based on the rolling hills and that distant river. You feel that perhaps if you walk over the hills to the river, you can follow the river as close as it gets to the X, and then cut from the river over to the X, rather than try and push in a straight line, going up and down hills endlessly. And so you head over towards the river, heading down the hills and weaving your way among those hills without having to walk up each one and down each one. Weaving your way towards the nearest point of the river as the clouds gently drift across the sky. The more bulbous clouds already passed by, the wispy clouds dancing along very high in the sky, easily dispersing, barely blocking any sun. And eventually, after about half a day's walking, you arrive at the river. You splash some of that water on your face. You grab yourself a drink of the water. You sit down for a moment by the river to rest, just enjoying the environment. Before heading along the side of that river, the sounds of the reeds rustling, weaving through the landscape. Until you reach the point that looks like it's probably the location where the river is nearest to the X. And at that point you cut away from the river. You head up a hill, walk through the meadows at the top of the hill, descend the far side, head up another hill, walk through the meadows, descend the far side as the sun begins to set over the horizon. And eventually you arrive at the edge of some magical woodland. And at the edge of this magical woodland, with the sun now fully set, you can see you've still got quite a way to go. So you decide to camp here for the night. You gather up some firewood, you light a small fire. You sit near the warmth of that fire as it crackles gently before you, the light dancing around, shadows leaping from point to point, the evening sound of crickets, the occasional evening bird, just resting your back against a tree, watching the stars pass across the sky, the occasional shooting star, almost fizzing its way past you. Before finding yourself relaxing off of the tree, curling up on the ground, the fire burning down to embers, as you drift and float into the most pleasant, deeply relaxed dream. And the next morning, you awaken to head into the woodland. And as you walk into this magical woodland, so you can notice the morning mist wafting around your legs, the occasional ray of sun dancing through the canopy, slicing along the path ahead. The gently rustling leaves of the trees, the echoey sound of songbirds through this woodland. And with all that, you continue following that map. And deep in the heart of this woodland, you come out to a well-lit clearing, and in that clearing you see a pure white unicorn drinking from a pool of water. And you slowly approach that unicorn. You can hear the unicorn moving its feet on the shore, the sound of it drinking. You can see the way the light seems to glisten on its back and sides, and in its mane. And the unicorn gazes over at you as you're walking towards it, and it begins to walk towards you. And it bows its head down, as if to signal for you to climb on its back. And as you climb on its back, so the world around you seems to shift and change, as if the unicorn was crossing dimensions and existed between dimensions. No longer did the woodland look like it did a moment ago. Now the landscape around you takes on a mysterious hue, with multicoloured flashes of light passing through the grasses and the trees. The sky, a deep pink. The water, an electric blue. Dots of light flying among the trees. And the trees are taller, as if this is some kind of a forest. And light in the landscape seems to pulse and undulate. And gradually shift from one colour to another, like watching oil move slowly on the surface of water. more you find yourself absorbed in the experience, the more there's a detachment from the world as it was moments ago, and the world you find yourself in now seems to become more psychedelic. And in this psychedelic world, the unicorn continues to glow with the most pure white. And you ride on its back, unsure where it's taking you, still referring to the map, and hoping that you're still following that path to where X marks the spot. And the unicorn heads into the forest, and as it does, you notice that in this forest, what at first you thought were trees are actually tree-sized mushrooms, with stalks towering high up into the sky. And then the mushroom stretching out like a canopy of mushrooms overhead. And the spores of the mushrooms gently raining down, glistening, sparkling, like glitter wafting through the wind. Weaving around through this forest of mushrooms, as psychedelic colours pulse up through those mushrooms from the ground, as if they're sucking up magical energy, processing that magical energy. And their spores are tiny fragments of magical energy, escaping and spreading through the landscape. And yet you continue on, following that map. And then you start to notice that around you are ancient ruins that you seem to have passed into. What looks like ancient ruins of temples, of old pyramids, of statues and other structures. And the glittery particles from the mushrooms have settled all over your clothing, in your hair, glistening and sparkling. And you're aware, as you've been breathing in those spores, that it seems to have been raising your consciousness, helping you begin to see this world for what it is, so that when you dismount from the unicorn, the world doesn't fade. It continues to exist, powered by the mushroom spores. And you notice that you're getting close to the X. And you can see a ruined structure in the distance that looks like a collapsed pyramid. And it seems to be right where the X would be. And you head over towards that collapsed pyramid. You walk around the base of the pyramid, trying to work out what was here and whether there's any way to explore this location. And around the far side of the pyramid, you find a small entrance with some steps seemingly leading down beneath the structure. And you wonder whether the structure above ground has collapsed, but perhaps whatever's beneath the pyramid is perfectly fine. And so you decide to investigate. You descend those steps. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3 deeper and deeper, 2, 1 all the way. And you step into a corridor under this structure, all sound more muted, no longer being really able to hear the sounds of the environment above this space. Just the very slight, dull sound of walking around down here in the dim light, noticing the mycelial network has infused down here as the mushrooms are taking back this landscape that was once probably a thriving city. And the mycelium network down here is gently pulsing and glowing, letting out a gentle green glow through this tunnel you're walking along. And at the end of the tunnel, you find a door. You carefully open that wooden door. And this chamber is where X marks. And you see in the center of this room what looks like a chest. You head over to that chest. You carefully open the lid of the chest, and inside that chest you find a wooden mask. You hold that mask facing you, out in front of you, and it has the calmest, friendliest face to it. And you feel compelled to place the mask over your face. And so you turn that mask around You can feel the weight and the texture of the wood of that mask. You can notice the gentle pulsing of the psychedelic colours within that wood. You carefully begin to move the mask closer and closer to your face. And as you do, you start to hear the distant sound of drums, not coming from any place specifically, just seeming to be everywhere all at once, getting gently louder and louder as that mask gets closer and closer to your face. Until eventually the mask reaches your face and you close your eyes for a moment as you fit that mask onto your face. And when you open your eyes, you experience silence. You find yourself standing on a misty moor, wearing a tweed jacket and a curious hat. And on this misty moor, you can hear the sounds of sheep within the mist, grazing on the grass. You can see grey clouds overhead. You can feel the damp air on your cheeks. And when you look down beside you, you notice a small wolf cub looking up at you with puppy dog eyes, looking so friendly with its silver fur, like a little puffball in the moist air. And you start to walk through this moorland, noticing the way the ground is slightly squidgy and squelchy. And as you walk, you see small areas of light flying in the low fog. And you walk around exploring this landscape. And while you explore, one of the small flashes of light begins to move over towards you. And it flies out of the fog and introduces itself as a fairy. And you notice that it's a very unusual looking fairy. It explains that it's a fairy hedgehog. It looks like a hedgehog, but with butterfly wings that are translucent, sparkling, and rapidly flapping. As it hangs there before you, its little legs dangling, its small face bobbing before you. And this fairy tells you that by wearing that mask, you've passed through space and time into this landscape, this magical moor. And that it's been a very long time since anyone wore the mask and came visiting here. But the landowner would probably like to meet you. And they tell you to head through the moor. They give you directions, but tell you to keep to the areas of more dense grass. And so you walk through this moorland, keeping to the more dense grass as you go. The moisture in the air running through your hair, tickling the back of your neck and your cheeks. And in the dense fog, you can see the distant glow of light at windows. And so you head towards that building. And the building, as you get closer, looks like a stately home, surrounded by a large brick and iron fence and a large wrought iron gate. And with a creak, you open the gate, feeling the coolness of the metal. Close that behind you. Walk the long driveway to the front of this home. Knock the large knocker, and then after a few minutes of waiting, someone comes to the door and opens the door, and they let you and the wolf cub in. And it's a cat wearing a long purple robe made of soft, heavy material. And they invite you in. And you explain where you've come from, the adventure you've been on, finding that mask. And although you don't feel like you're wearing a mask, you're assuming that you still are. And they invite you through to the coziest of drawing rooms with a large crackling fire beneath a tall stone chimney. And they tell you that this home is at the heart of the realms. And they show you through to a magical room. And you see in this magical room multiple doors. And they tell you one door leads to a land of elves and dwarves and fantasy creatures. Another door leads to a land of talking animals, where everyone can understand everyone else. Another door leads to a land of portals and time traveling. And another door leads to the most incredible, calming beach on the edge of a vast, underwater landscape of incredible underwater creatures. And they guide you through to that beach, walking out of the door onto the softest white sand. And along the beach a little way, is a pirate fishing who greets the cat. The cat says that they regularly visit this beach and the pirate regularly fishes here. And the water is lapping so gently onto the shore, almost as if it's just tickling the edge of the sand. And the cat invites you to walk into the water, to feel how comfortable this water is. And you walk into that water, feeling the warmth of the water. And while standing in the water, the weather gradually changes. A few gentle rain clouds pass overhead, and for a moment, there's a warm, gentle shower of rain. And as those clouds pass, and the sun graces the sky once more, with its warmth, comfort, a rainbow stretches across the sky, following that cloud. And the water continues lapping onto the shore. And you rest on the sand for a while, the little wolf cub resting on your lap, accepting a gentle stroke. The cat sits beside you and shares with you some knowledge about the experience, and tells you they'll go and grab you a book that will explain more, and that, if understood, will help you to access even more than you've done here today. And they walk off back into their home, and while they're gone, you rest back on the sand, just listening to the water lapping on the shore, feeling the warmth of this environment. Occasionally and faintly hearing the sound of that pirate fishing. And then the cat returns and hands you an ancient book that smells as old as it looks. And you leave this beach with the book. You head back in through the grand house. You ask the cat how you leave this place, and they tell you just have to take the mask off. And as you think about taking the mask off, so you see the way that wolf cub looks up at you, you ask what happens. Why was the wolf cub there? Are you here taking on the role of someone else? What happens when you take the mask off in relation to the wolf? And they say that you'll just disappear. And so you pick up the wolf as you take off the mask and you find that the wolf has remained with you, as you find yourself back before that chest. And you're holding the wolf, and you're holding the book, and you're holding the mask. And you place that mask back down in the chest. You sit for a moment looking through the book, exploring that book, learning that letting yourself drift into a dream in a special kind of way allows you to pass from one reality to another, and you learn the secrets of reality shifting dreams, and you learn how it's possible to begin to select the reality you want to go to, and to have the most pleasant night's sleep and dreams. And with your new companion, you find your way out of this chamber and back out through the forest. And that unicorn takes you back to the lake. And back at the lake, you wash yourself off. And as you wash off all the particles that you've been caked in, all the spores from the mushrooms overhead, you find this reality beginning to fade. And as it fades, you pick up that wolf cub again. Make sure you've got hold of the book. And you find yourself standing in the heart of that woodland, that unicorn before you by that small lake. You find your way back through the woodland, back along the river. And strangely and unexpectedly, you find that you understand, as you rest and sleep in that meadow again, how to awaken in that chair, bringing with you the book and the wolf cub. And when you appear to awaken and that wolf cub appears with you, and you seem to have that book with you, the alligator and the owl don't seem at all fazed. They just glance up, welcome you back. They ask you if you'd like another drink. You say you think it's time now to go. And you head off back the way you came. You find your way all the way back to yourself. You see yourself there sleeping, looking so peaceful, so calm and relaxed. And as you awaken yourself there, so you find yourself integrating with that you, awakening on the cloud, and then stepping off the cloud, and finding yourself at home in bed, opening your eyes momentarily, seeing that wolf cub sitting on your bed, curled up, as a new companion to support you through the future, the book resting beside you on the bedside table. And with a deep sense of peace and comfort, you wrap yourself back up in your blankets. You snuggle your head back down into the pillow. And with a sense of curiosity of where your mind will now explore, you drift and float back asleep into Slumberland. You have a sense of being a small child, sitting cross-legged on the floor of a cabin on the most comfortable, thick rug, listening to a gently crackling fire. The light of the fire flickering around the inside of the cabin. And your granddad sat in the most comfortable seat. And they're smoking a pipe. And the smoke gently rises up from that pipe. And in a slightly gravelly voice, they watch their smoke rising up, while beginning to recount a story from their past. And while the smoke rises up and twists and turns, it's as if the two of you drift with that story, almost like drifting into a dream. And they talk about a time that happened decades earlier. They were out tending to the pumpkins in the pumpkin patch, enjoying the cool nighttime air. Listening to the nighttime sounds of crickets, an owl somewhere in the distance, they were gazing up at the stars overhead, watching the way those stars twinkled faintly in the night sky. And as they watched those stars, so they noticed that some of the stars were moving slightly faster than the others, and at a slightly different angle to the other stars. And as they found their attention drawn to those stars, so they noticed it was just 3 stars. that seemed to form a triangle in the sky. And that triangle wasn't visible. The only way to notice it was by the absence of other stars. As it slowly and quietly moved across the sky. And they watched as that continued moving. And eventually that triangle looked like it was getting larger and larger. Those 3 stars were moving further and further apart. And as nothing could be seen, it was hard to tell whether the 3 stars were moving apart or whether something was getting closer and closer. Until eventually, those stars stopped and hovered overhead. And while hovering overhead, a light lit up from the center of those 3 stars. Right over the granddad's head, like a spotlight beaming down upon them. And that spotlight became brighter and brighter, giving off a warmth. And then there was a fuzziness and a slight haziness, and mist could be seen rising from the ground beneath the grandad. And then that light seemed to turn off, and as the light turned off, so the grandad found they couldn't see anything, just pitch black. But they also couldn't hear anything. All the nature sounds had gone. It wasn't just their eyes adjusting to the dark. Something had shifted and changed. And they took a step and realized that they were now on a solid floor. And their eyes very, very slightly began to adjust to the dark. They started seeing the faintest outlines of the environment, as if they were in a metal room, and with an arm stretched out, they slowly, quietly, and carefully walked across this room. Each footstep barely making a sound. And they reached the wall of this room, began to follow the edge of that wall with their hand, until eventually they found what felt like a door handle. They opened that door and were almost blinded by how bright the outside was. They walked out of the door and held a hand up in front of their face, covering their eyes from the light, giving themselves time for their eyes to adapt again now to the brightness of daytime. And as they walked out into this landscape, they saw a landscape of coarse, dry grass, small shrubs, a dense blue sky. And as they looked around, they noticed something unusual in the sky. A little bit like noticing some reflections and some glare from light. And they realized that, stretched high overhead, it looked like there was a glass dome, almost as if they were in a fishbowl. And as they looked around themselves, they could see other animals, some cows in a field, some wolves in the distance, an eagle flying in the sky. It all looked very Earth-like, apart from that dome overhead. And so they walked away from that door, turned and looked back. And it looked like a metal door into the side of a cliff. And as they looked back, so the door closed. And they heard it seal. And so they decided to explore and try and work out where they are and what's occurring. And they headed over towards a patch of woodland to try and get out of the sun. And so they crunched their way through that dry grass, walked over to the trees. And the closer they got to those trees, the more they could hear them gently rustling in the breeze. And they entered that woodland and felt the shade of those trees. And the sun occasionally danced through the leaves. And they could hear some sounds like monkeys among this woodland. And so they quietly walked through the woodland. And as they walked, they got closer and closer to the sound of the monkeys. And then they saw among the trees those monkeys swinging from branch to branch, some running and jumping off the branches from one tree to another. Some young monkeys chasing each other around the trees and jumping from tree to tree. And one large monkey almost treating it like a gym, seemingly doing pull-ups on a branch and then swinging itself around, hooking its legs up over the top of the branch. and seemingly doing upside down sit-ups. And so the grandad worked their way around those monkeys, still trying to work out where here is. Occasionally hearing a low rumbling sound that seemed to be everywhere all at once. On the other side of this woodland, they continued on, noticing that the sun here seemed to be beginning to gently set, casting the most comfortable golden light that reflected and refracted within the glass dome. And they decided to try and make it all the way to the dome, perhaps finding a way of knowing where here is. And they headed over towards the side of the dome, and at the foot of the dome was a tall cliff, similar to the cliff they had walked out of, and they could see a waterfall pouring down the side of that cliff, forming the river which meandered its way through the landscape, past the woodland, and off to a lake. And they headed over towards that river, gently splashed their hands down into the water, splashed a bit of that cool water on their face, had a drink of some of that water, before heading over to the waterfall, surveying the cliff to see if there's a way up that cliff. And then trying to climb that cliff a little, and managing to climb up behind the waterfall, and finding there's a small cave behind this waterfall. And they cool down that cave to listen for the echoes. But this cave seems to just absorb sound. And within just a step or two into the cave, so much sound is absorbed that the waterfall can no longer be heard. And when shouting down that cave, not only are there no echoes, but the grandad couldn't even hear their own voice, as if the sound waves were absorbed as soon as they'd left the vocal cords and the mouth. And each footstep was silent. And this silence made it very difficult to judge fully how heavy each footstep was, and what the ground beneath the feet was like. And so the grandad walked back to the entrance to the cave, sat on the entrance to the cave, legs dangling down. That waterfall crashing down in front of them, like a waving sheet of cloth. And they looked down, and they could see that this water wasn't only splashing into the river below, but it looked like there was a slightly darker area. Perhaps this water had carved out some space with its strength, perhaps over thousands of years. And so the grandad decided to jump down into the river. And as soon as they landed in the water, and they took a deep breath in, they went under the water, and they were pushed incredibly fast by the pressure of the water. And they noticed it looked like there was a cave. And so they swam down, using the pressure of that water to swim even faster into that cave. And they followed that cave, and it arced round and headed back in the direction of the cliff. And they followed that round, swam into the darkness, noticed a faint glowing from within the water, and saw some underwater faint glowing mushrooms lining the walls of the cave. And in that gentle glow, they could see that there was a surface to this water in this cave. And so they swam up to that surface, took a deep breath as the water ran down their face, and they climbed out of the water into this cave. And this cave shared the same properties, that it seemed to absorb sound. And they gathered up some of those mushrooms from around the edge of the water, and used those mushrooms as a torch as they walked along this cave. And this cave looked natural, but at the same time seemed to have a strange element to it, like something was slightly off, like looking at a face created with AI, where it seems to look natural, but something just isn't quite right about it. They couldn't quite put their finger on what. And they followed this cave. And at the end of the cave, they found what looked like a circular door with a bar stretched across that door. They pulled hard on that bar, and the door popped open, and they walked through that door and found themselves in what looked like a spaceship. They could hear the distant sound of voices. The metal floor felt slightly rubbery to the touch. The rumbling was louder. And before them was what looked like a giant glass window. And through that window, they could see stars and nebula. And they could tell that this ship was moving through space. And as they explored, they noticed that where they've just come from was one of many different chambers, different environments. And they walked along to one of the other environments. And they climbed up and looked into that environment. And in that environment, they could see unusual creatures they've never seen before. And they opened the door to that environment, closed it behind them, walked along this corridor, experiencing the same thing again, that all sound seemed to be fully absorbed by this corridor that resembled a cave. And they found their way to a point where the cave dropped down a vertical shaft. They rested their back against the shaft and their legs with their feet up on the opposite wall, and their hands resting against the wall behind them. And they carefully walked their way down, keeping themselves wedged in position, with their back and hands helping them to move down as their feet walk down the opposite wall. Until they reach the bottom of the opposite wall, and then drop down into the shaft below. And they walked along that shaft and found that they were right behind a waterfall. And they recognized that something similar was probably at the end of the cave that they had initially found. And they worked their way round from behind the waterfall and looked out across this landscape, seeing that dome overhead. Seeing what looked a little bit like a white peacock, only its head and body looked a little bit more like a rabbit. and its legs and feet looked a bit more like the swan's legs and feet. And they saw the most incredible rainbow colours arcing through this environment, almost pulsing among the flowers here, as if it's the flowers pulsing that colour into the sky. And then noticing as that peacock creature moves its chest and head as if it's making noise, but instead of noise coming out, circles of rainbow colour emanate from that peacock. And then as that emanates out, so another similar creature flies down and lands and waves its tail feathers, and the two seem to interact, both seemingly beaming out pulses of colour. And as the coloured light from both of them collides in space, it seems to intertwine, forming bands of white and black, enhancing some of the colour, while reducing other colour frequencies. And as each of them changes their movements, a little bit like a person changing the pitch of their voice, the colours shifted and changed, as if the two of them were trying to get their colours in sync with each other. And then when they do, it's like the most incredible pulsing light, as if the light from both of them is hugging and intertwining and spiralling up into the sky, and then dispersing overhead. And as they look around, and they see this going on with the plants, with the trees, with the grasses, with everything communicating through pulses of light, and all that light radiating up into the sky, reaching high in the sky and seemingly condensing, and then falling down like rainbow drops of rain. And the Grandad found this almost hypnotic to watch. And they went over to the trees. They grabbed one of the vines from the tree and broke off a branch and tied the vine to the branch. And then climbed their way back up into the tunnel. Walked all the way to the back of the tunnel, threw that branch up as high as they could. The first time, the branch just fell back down and met them again, So they threw the branch up again. And once again it fell back down. But the third time they threw that branch up, and it managed to straighten out above the hole, catching across the hole, and was strong enough for them to hoik themselves up, just up into the hole so that they could rest their back against one side and their feet up on the other, and ascend the way they went down. And once up out of that hole, they gathered up the vine and that branch, and they went off to check out what else was here in this spaceship. And as they walked around the spaceship, they saw different ornaments, like souvenirs from different places these aliens had perhaps visited. Almost like this area was used as some kind of a museum. And they could still hear the mumbling of voices off in the distance. And they saw more domes. Then they saw a ladder, and so they climbed that ladder to another floor. And from this floor, they could look down upon multiple domes. And just within what they could see, there was at least a dozen domes. And each dome had a very different environment. And from up here they could see some small creatures looked unfamiliar, at different computer consoles, seemingly studying what's taking place within the different domes. And they snuck along to get a closer look. They climbed down a ladder nearer to those aliens. And then they walked their way out to confront the aliens. And one of the aliens was startled by their presence. And as they jumped back with their startle, their gasp sounded like stepping on bubble wrap. Just the faint sound of multiple pops. And they started to talk. And their talking sounded like patterns of popping bubbles on bubble wrap. And then the alien went over and picked up a machine and began talking into the machine. And then the machine began talking in a language they could understand and asked where they came from. They were supposed to be in their environment. And the Grandad explained they'd found a way out. and wanted to know what was going on. And they said that they visit different alien worlds. They beam aboard different creatures into an environment they've created to resemble the environment those creatures have come from. They watch how those creatures interact, how they explore, what they do when they have to just survive. And then once they've gained some knowledge, they beam all the creatures back to where they found them. And as they beam them back, they scramble the memories as best they can of their experience here. But because the neurology of every creature is different, they can't guarantee totally deleting the memories. So they just do their best to scramble them. And the alien isn't worried about saying any of this, because they're assuming that they're going to do the same with the granddad. And they say that they're the machine elves on the planet they come from. There are many different races of elves that all chose different lives. Some are tall and slender and athletic and enjoy nature and live within the trees and the mountainous regions. Others are shorter and more squat. They like working hard, working up a sweat. They work in mines, enjoy being underground. And then there are those who are driven by knowledge and invention and exploration. And they're the machine elves. And thousands of years earlier, in Earth years, they left their planet to go and explore. And they have these enormous ships with habitats built into them. And they have technology for being able to recreate different habitats. And so they head to different worlds. They scan the environments of those worlds. They then beam up different creatures, study them for a while, and then beam those creatures back. And then nanotechnology dismantles the world within the dome, ready for it to reform for the next creatures they beam up. And they have some emergency ways of getting into the dome if they need to check on something, or if a creature has a problem within a dome and they need to intervene. But generally they try not to make themselves known And obviously, an enormous spaceship can be very noisy. And so the domes are built on their advanced soundproofing that wraps around under the dome and partway up the side of the domes, on the inside and the outside, to minimize the sound of the ship's rumble. And they do their best to try to minimize anything that could give away that this environment isn't natural. But obviously, if there's an intellectual species, they may figure it out, but they're unlikely normally to figure out a way out of the dome before such time as they've been beamed back to where they were found. But the Grandad had found their way out of the dome, and now here they were. And the Grandad asked what happens next. How do they find their way home? And they said they don't want their mind wiped. And this machine elf said that you can't avoid having your mind wiped. It has to happen. And then they started punching in things on the computer. And what looked like eyeballs formed, almost like holograms. And the elf began talking, looking up at those eyes. And a voice could be heard talking back from the floating eyes. And the Grandad realised they were talking about what had happened and what should be done. And so they decided to take off before any action was taken by the elf. And so they ran back to that ladder, ascended back up to the top floor where they'd get a better view. They saw the eyeballs fizzle out, saw other elves dash into the area below. All those elves suddenly ascending and chasing the Grandad. As he ran along and slid down the ladder at the other side and ran around all of the different enclosures and ran past an enclosure that seemed to be full of giant snails with slime up the glass domes, and snails even hanging from the top. And then found a way down to a lower level, and using the branch and the vine, managed to quickly descend down that level, and then attached the vine to the bottom of the door they just descended through, and tied it off to a step at the bottom, and they knew that would only slow them down a little. And then they ran over to a console, picked up one of those voice-changing machines, and started talking into the machine, and the sound of bubble wrap came out the other side. And they talked to a computer, asking where the transporters are to beam back down to different planets, and a map fizzled into view before them. And it seemed to be fizzling into view in line with the device they held. Almost like the device was somehow beaming it, like augmented reality before them. And it was marked on the map where they had to get to as they ran around the ship, found their way where they could beam back to a planet. They asked for it to program in to beam back to Earth and back to their location, and they saw it whirring to life, like a giant purple pearl forming before them that began vibrating on its outside. And then within that purple pearl, a pink formed, stretching out to the size of that giant purple pearl. And then the center, a white formed and stretched out to fill that giant pearl. And then the sound changed, and the grandad jumped into that light. And then there was darkness. And then there was the light of a beam surrounding them. And then the beam faded. And as the beam faded, they could hear the sounds of nature. They could feel the mud of the pumpkin patch beneath their feet. They could see the moon gently rising above the trees. And they dashed away from the pumpkin patch, dashed into the trees, stopped and hid and looked up. And they could see that absence of stars very slowly moving around above them, as if searching. Then they could see beams of light pulse beneath the ship onto the ground, and out of the beams of light they saw machine elves nosing around in search of them. And very quietly and carefully, the grandad weaved his way among the trees before finding a large tree. Climbing up into that tree, hiding on a high up branch, among the canopy, blanketed by those leaves. And resting up here in this tree feeling the breeze blow through these leaves, tickling his cheeks, wafting his hair around. He could see the lights of those machine elves as they scan around the environment below. And he waits up here so patiently, so calmly, so relaxed. As the night ticked on slowly, minute by minute, hour after hour, to the point he could feel himself fighting the grumbling of his stomach. He could feel himself pushing away thoughts of snacks. He could feel that he was fighting the approaching sleep, but knew that once he gets a chance, he'll probably just fall asleep deeply and quickly and easily. And after many, many hours, as he listens to the first sounds of the morning birds and sees the slightest tinge of red of morning light glisten through the treetops, he sees those machine elves heading back beneath that ship, which is now beginning to become visible under the lightening sky. As beams of light zap them back up to the ship. And he watches as that ship silently rises up into the sky higher and higher, and then in a blink vanishes off into the distance, as if launched into space. And the Grandad waited for many hours longer before climbing down from that tree, his body feeling so tired. He found his way home, and he still had that machine, and he locked that small handheld device away in his safe. And with it he placed some of those glowing mushrooms. And he never spoke of it again. Or so he said, until now, when regaling you with that story, smoking his pipe, gazing off into the ether as if in a reverie, while the fire gently crackles down to embers, holding your attention with curiosity about the idea of aliens and alien worlds, and a curiosity about what happened next, whether the story's even true. And the grandad just smiled and took you to bed, tucked you in, kissed you goodnight, turned off the light, and went back down and sat by the fire for a while, until it was their turn to go to bed, as tiredness began pulling at their eyelids, and sleep began yawning from their mouth. And they headed over to the picture above the fireplace. They pushed on the frame, and with a slight click, the picture separated from the wall. They pulled the picture open. They dialed in a code on the safe, opened the safe door, looked at that device in the safe, and the glowing mushrooms, still the same as they were the day they were placed here, and gave a brief smile, closed it all up again, stood out on the back porch for a moment, gazing up at the sky, wondering if they'll ever see those aliens again, wishing to talk to them, but not to have their mind wiped, but to learn, with curiosity about the universe and what they may well know that humanity doesn't. And with a few lungfuls of fresh air, they head back in, they head to bed. They rest down in bed. They begin to drift asleep, and in the back of their mind, they can hear that low, gentle rumble of the spaceship, lulling them deeply and peacefully asleep, as the cabin gently glows and they drift and float, so peacefully, so calmly asleep, into Slumberland. And in this bedtime story, you find yourself sailing the 7 seas. You wake up every day. You head out on the deck of the boat. Breathe in that fresh, salty sea air. As that boat glides up and down over those waves, so gently, so calmly, occasionally splashing slightly in the water. Some days, just seeing ocean for miles in all directions. Perhaps barely being able to tell the difference between the sea and the sky. Other days, seeing whales breaching and splashing down. Some days it's misty, and you can barely see where the boat is going. And when it's misty, so the sound seems more subdued and calmer and quieter. Like it isn't just the waves of the ocean wrapped in that blanket of mist, but the waves of sound being softened on their journey to your ears. And while you travel through the 7 seas, you stop at unusual places, the first to chart these locations, making new discoveries. And you enjoy this journey that's been going on for many years. Just the excitement of seeking out new civilizations, going where no one's gone before. And one day, as you're ambling around the deck of the ship in your finest fuzzy slippers, you look out through a telescope at a slight lump on the horizon and gradually watch as an island rolls into view. And the captain directs that ship towards the land. And you stretch out those maps on the table, weights holding them down. And using rulers and writing in pen and using other devices, you explore that map and you begin to mark on the map this new location you're heading towards. And you can see where it is in relation to other locations that are already discovered and that you have newly discovered. And it takes a couple of days for the ship to reach that land. And it moors a little way off from the land. And you descend into the water in a sailing boat, and you descend into the water in a small rowboat dropped off the side of the ship, splashing, bobbing on that water. As you row towards that island, hearing the sound of the waves rolling up onto the shore. That sound getting louder as you get closer and closer. And letting the waves help carry the boat up into the sand. The sound of the keel of the boat sliding, scraping through the sand and wedging into the shore. And then scrambling out of the boat, feet sinking into the sand as you disembark onto the beach under that warm sun. The sounds of unfamiliar birds in the trees, curious, colourful flowers stretching around the base of those trees. Bees that look like giant, fluffy bumblebees, seemingly barely able to lift themselves up from the flowers they've landed on, finding it almost humorous, the sight of the flowers bending and straining under the weight of the bees when they land. And large, colourful butterflies flapping their way around those flowers, their wings almost shimmering in the sunlight, leaving behind a kaleidoscope of colour. And you take a backpack out of the front of that rowboat. Out of that backpack, you take a cloak. And with a flourish, you swing that cloak around you onto your shoulders, attaching it around your neck. You pick up the backpack. You slide that on underneath the cloak. And you set off into the heart of the island. And as you walk up the beach and then walk into the vegetation, you leave behind the sound of the ocean, the scent of the salty water, and the ship just bobbing there, slightly out to sea. And as you walk deeper into the countryside, into the trees here on this island, the sounds change. The unfamiliar bird sounds, the scampering sounds of small animals, and you're unsure of the size of this island. But you push on, and you have a journal to record your findings. And through the heat of the midday sun, you're sheltered among the trees. The light dancing through those trees as a breeze wisps around in the canopy. And you hear a faint, distant musical sound, like chanting or singing in an unfamiliar language. And you decide to go and investigate. As you cut through this woodland in the direction of that sound, slowly, quietly, carefully, as the sun continues creeping across the sky. And then in a slight clearing, you notice light flickering and can smell that scent of a bonfire. And you walk to the edge of the clearing. You crouch down just among the trees on the edge of the clearing. And you see small little people dancing around that fire. And other small people sitting around eating and drinking. And some drinking a bubbling concoction being warmed over a fire. And then seemingly dancing with a slightly different quality to their movements. As if there was something spiritual or magical about the experience for those people. Like they're accessing something deeper than just those who stood up and danced. They were doing more than getting lost in the music. And some of those small people had wooden sticks and drums and were beating out complex rhythms, complementing each other's beats. And those who drunk that special liquid had a robotic quality to their dancing. There was an economy of movement. They didn't seem distracted by anything around them. They just seemed to be going with the flow. And you hid quietly, out of sight in the woodline, just observing as the sun continued passing towards the horizon and began its journey to bed. And as the sun settled down to bed, and the blanket of colour changing from that daytime blue to reds and oranges and purples, and then an inky blue darkness, and then black was pulled up over the night sky. With the dusty sight of the Milky Way stretched overhead. And then you notice something shoot across the sky and fizz across the sky. You think it's a shooting star. But moments later you hear a bang, and then see another and another and another, and hear some more banging, and see they're setting off fireworks, as if this is some kind of celebration. And you continue, remaining hidden, just observing, making sure not to interfere with these small people. And after many hours, the fire under the liquid begins to burn down. The bonfire starts to collapse in on itself, and then starts to burn down to embers. These people begin to settle down around that fire, engaged in quiet, almost contemplative conversation. Just gently engaging with each other. And you feel your eyes getting heavier and heavier. And you watch as these people head to bed in tents. And the fire is just the faintest glow. And once the last of these people goes to bed, you sneak out, quietly and carefully, making just the gentlest of rustles as your feet and legs push through the tall grass. And you walk over to that pot over the fire, and with curiosity, you take a ladle of that liquid, now cooling. You pour that into a bottle. You then take a little look around, getting some different angles on this location, before sneaking back into the trees and sneaking your way back in the pitch black, with just the sound of the nighttime creatures for comfort and company. Finding your way back to the other side of this island, back to that beach. And at the top of the beach, you set up your own camp. You light a small fire. You open your journal and record what you've learned and discovered. Before folding that up and placing that to one side. And you take that drink and you decide to warm that drink over your fire, as it seems like it's supposed to be drunk warm. And when it starts bubbling gently, the faintest wisp of steam rising from the drink. You remove it from the heat. You let it cool just a little bit before taking a sip of that drink. And a bit like breathing in mint, you feel that drink tingling up behind your eyes, down your nostrils, out of your ears, down your throat. And this drink has the sweetest scent and the most curious taste. And you tuck yourself back into your tent. You slide on your fuzzy slippers. You drink some more of that drink. You feel that spreading down your arms, down through your body, filling your head, all the way down your legs to the tips of your toes, seeming to soften every part of you, relaxing your muscles. And in your mind, you feel yourself relaxing deeper and deeper. But after a few moments, your body begins to want to move and dance. You start to hear rhythms in your mind, finding rhythms and patterns in the sounds around you. The rhythm of the waves rolling onto the shore. The rhythm of the movement of the tent as the wind whips around it. The pulsing rhythm of the rustling canopy of trees. And you feel almost compelled to move with the rhythm, and find yourself heading out of the tent and dancing around that fire, seemingly dancing to the rhythm of the flickering flame. And feeling like the dancing's happening automatically, like it's being driven by the rhythms. And yet your mind is becoming increasingly calm and relaxed. And your body, despite wanting to move, feels like all those muscles are deeply calm and relaxed. Like all the movement is happening automatically and effortlessly, without any tension or effort on your part. And following, dancing to the rhythms, you feel the body seem to almost say to itself, "It's time now to sleep." And you instantly want to rest. And so you head back to the tent. You drink a little more of that drink, finishing the last of the drink off. And you don't know if you actually rest back to sleep, or if you just imagined resting back to sleep, but you suddenly feel the feeling of falling gently backwards, as if falling onto a cushion of clouds, resting your head on those clouds, feeling weightless, as if nature itself is holding you up. That kind of weightlessness you get when lying on your back, floating on the surface of the water in the ocean, where your whole body just bobs gently up and down. Where it feels like there's no effort on your part to do anything at all. And while your body is resting on that cushion of clouds, it feels like your mind drops deeper and deeper, as if to say, your body is supported and rested so calmly, so comfortably there, that the mind can go deeper into the most profound experience, easily and effortlessly. And you find yourself hearing the sound of horse and cart, looking around you, seeing old cobbled streets, and then you see something slightly unusual. A frog driving along the cobbled streets, in a matchbox being pulled by two snails. And as it drives along that cobbled street, in that small matchbox, you stop and inquire as to who this frog is. And they say they're Felicity Frog from out of the fog, from the depths of France. They rescued these snails from some whales on their journey over to England. And they say that on arrival in England, they started travelling to London. They'd heard that the streets are paved with gold. That's what they were told. But all they found on arrival in London was a kitten who was smitten with a boar wearing a mitten, carrying a glass of Jack Daniel's whiskey. And they took a taste of that whiskey. And ever since that day, they've just found themselves sitting outside a specific pub on the cobbled streets, drinking a Long Island iced tea with a popsicle to stir it. And so this frog explains. They were told there's one that may be able to help them to find a path that's greater than what they found here in London. They've been told that deep in the streets of London is a magical potato cellar, and that you'll know when you find them. And so they've been travelling the streets of London, up and down the cobbles, in search of the streets of shops and markets where they'll find the one who sells potatoes. And you have a sense of walking past, making a mental note that you'll record this in your journal. You feel in an unusual state, halfway between waking and sleeping. This feels almost like being in a dream, and yet you don't feel asleep. But because it feels like being in a dream, you know you're not awake. And you walk these cobbled streets. You pass a stall which seems to be selling stale bread. You pass another stall with a wolf with a red cape on, selling hot springs warmed in a frying pan and then placed in an oven to keep them warm. You continue exploring. And you start to hear a voice. And at first, the voice is soft. And you try and figure out where it's coming from. You head down different streets. And despite all the sounds of horse and cart, of sellers lining the streets, the sounds of nature wrapped around you, you can still hear that voice. Almost as if the voice, although very faint, is seeking out your mind. And you try and find that voice, weaving your way through different streets, And as you weave through the different streets, so the voice gradually gets louder and louder. And you end up walking down a very dark alley. And there's something deeply calming about this alleyway, as if there's a hint of magic down here. And there's a gently glowing door at the end of the alleyway. And you walk slowly towards that door. You click the door open, walk through the door, and it feels like you've just walked into a planetarium. You can see stars surrounding you, as if projected in all directions. But you can't see a projector. You have this sense that it feels like you're inside, looking at this view, not outside. But you can't see anything other than stars. So it's just a feeling you have that in here, the sound quality of your footsteps, the feeling of the floor, something about the air and the atmosphere makes you feel like this is inside a room, even though it looks like it goes on almost infinitely, as if you could be out in space. And in the center of this room is a small chest. And you open that small wooden chest. And inside the wooden chest is a small wooden puzzle. And you gradually move the bits of wood around on the top of the puzzle. And notice that as you're moving them around, they start to form a pattern, an image developing on the top of that puzzle. And as you move the last piece into place, the puzzle clicks. You open up that puzzle, and a beam of light stretches up into the air. A purple, sparkling beam of light. And out of that beam of light, a voice can be heard, telling you that this is your mind, interpreting the experience of connecting with the deeper layers of reality from drinking that drink. That you have to try and see things in a way that you understand. And so this takes things which you're familiar with, but combines them in a way that's meaningful, that may seem illogical on a conscious level, but makes perfect sense when you understand it's all symbolic of a deeper connection to reality. And while the voice is talking, so the light pulses in time with each and every syllable that's spoken. in an almost hypnotic way. And you listen deeply to that voice, knowing you're understanding it on a level way beyond consciousness. Understanding it almost like this magical reverie resting in the tent. It's like a pre-bedtime story you're creating for yourself. As that drink works on expanding your mind, connecting you on a fundamental level with reality, right down to the waves underpinning all of reality. And unknown to you, this voice talks to you, sharing advice and knowledge, guiding you through this experience, and says that this voice is going to embed itself deep in your mind, where it'll talk to you in the back of your mind, guiding you on the path to the person you want to become, to the future you want to have, that brings the best for you and others around you. Through its deep understanding of the nature of reality, the connection of all things. And you may hear it as your voice, as the voice of someone else, as the whispers of the wind, that hint of a word you think you hear in a slight breeze, the hint of a word you think you hear when you wonder whether you've just misheard lyrics of a song. That voice that brings peace and calm to your mind. The voice that seems to almost give you a hug when needed, reassurance when needed, encouragement when needed. And it says you can always keep that in mind, that it's there to support you. You don't have to do anything at all. It'll just be there supporting you in the background whenever you need it. Sometimes you may think it's a bore, but it'll be there. Even when you turn your attention away from it. A little bit like Jiminy Cricket. And that light intensifies, and the stars overhead intensify. And your attention intensifies. Before you feel like you're starting to fall asleep, and the light begins to fade and the stars begin to dim. And you feel the experience almost folding itself up like folding up an old map. The entire world around you folding up into that wooden puzzle box until you experience yourself sat cross-legged on an unknown ground that you cannot feel beneath you, as if sitting in the air, with just darkness all around, and yet somehow you can look at yourself and see yourself, and you can see that puzzle box before you. But in all directions, it's just black and silence. And you sit in that silence for a little while, exploring the silence, curious whether this silence is going to lead to sleep. Maybe this is the transition from the experience into falling asleep in this tent. Or maybe you'll wake up from this experience before settling down to sleep. And so you just wait in anticipation for what happens next. And then out of the darkness, you see a yellow, almost golden brick seemingly being painted before you, followed by another yellow, almost golden brick, and then another and another, until there's about 8 bricks wide. And then you see a row of bricks painted in front of that, and 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 in front of that. Those painted bricks stretching off as far as you can see, making a point on the horizon, way off in the distance, in the darkness. And you see those bricks gradually taking on a matte finish, as if the paint is slowly drying. You can even smell the scent of that paint as it dries. And you feel compelled to stand up and begin to walk slowly along that yellow brick road. And you follow that yellow brick road in a straight line. As you turn and look back, you see where you are sat. You see yourself getting further and further away from that point. And you turn back again and walk further and further, feeling like you're following this road almost for an eternity. Like the further you walk, the more road appears, and the more road that appears, the further you seem to walk. And the more you walk, the deeper you go, and the more relaxed you find yourself becoming, and the more compelled you feel about what you're going to discover. And eventually in the distance, at the end of this yellow brick road, you see what looks like a flagpole with a flag, waving very gently in a non-existent breeze. And you walk towards that flag. And as you arrive at the flag, you see at the end of this yellow brick road, right in front of you, with the flag beside it, is a full-length mirror with an ornate golden frame. And as you approach, you see yourself in the mirror. And you see yourself there in the mirror, looking back at you here, with you here looking at you there, looking at you here. And you can hear here, as you look at the you there, the sound of your voice coming from their mouth. And the you there is wearing the same cape as the you here, only there's something seemingly more magical about their cape. And you gaze deeply into their eyes there, as they gaze deeply into your soul. And out of your periphery, you can see your mouth moving in the reflection as you hear them talking to you, while hearing that voice come from you, from them, together. I am the wizard at the end of the yellow brick road. I am you and you are me and we are one, and you have one. And what's one for me is now for you, just like what's now for you is one for me. So we've both won now, just like we've both now won. And you can look at me and listen to you, while listening to me talking. And as you listen to me talking to you, you can hear you talking to me. And while you listen to me talking to you and you know you're talking to me, you can hear me talking as I talk to you. And you're only going as deep into the experience as you can take yourself now while hearing your voice. And as you hear your voice guiding you deeper and deeper into this experience, you're connecting on a profound level with your inner self, with the truth of reality and your inner possibilities. And you know what it is you need to know. You just don't know you know it yet. And you found that puzzle just like you discovered me here. And I found the puzzle just like I discovered you there. And the more you look into my eyes, the deeper and more relaxed you can go. And as you look into my eyes, everything around can begin to fade. Because none of that is important to pay attention to here and now. In fact, at the end of every day, when you're done with it, tents can be taken down. fires can burn down to embers. The water can lap on the shore, and you can hear my voice in your mind. And you'll understand the power of a warm, comfortable drink to bring peace and calm and clarity to your mind and body. The power of a warm drink to bring peace and calm and clarity to your mind and body. Almost like turning up your senses to what you need to focus on, while turning down the dials to those things which are unhelpful. Like I'm there in your mind, because I am you and you are me, and we are one together. And I am there in your mind, helping you, supporting you, resting a hand on your shoulder, standing beside you when you need me to guide you. And you're going to fall asleep in a moment, and the drink is going to wear off. But you can have this experience any time you drink a hot drink. Only the experience can be slightly different each time, while you go deeper into the experience in your own unique way. And perhaps in a moment, just before sleep, you'll read and your eyes will follow the page, but they won't close until they reach the bottom and are looking all the way down. And with that, you in the mirror begins to fade. The mirror begins to fade. The flag waves its last breath. Those bricks behind you, one by one, begin to fade, until there's just you, and then you begin to fade, and hear the sounds of being in that tent. And you wake in the tent briefly, in a very calm and yet almost psychically frantic way. You write down as much as you can remember before it fades now from your mind. You write down as much as you can remember before it fades now from your mind in that journal. And you record it all, everything in that journal, in as much detail as you can, so that it's all just in that journal there for whenever you want to know it, for when you review it at the end of your trip. And it has been some trip. And so you write that down in your journal. You rest back under a soft reading lamp, on the most comfortable sleeping bag. You read some of your journal entries, finding it seems to leave your mind as fast as you're reading. And so as soon as you've read to the end of the page and your eyes reach the bottom, the lids reach the bottom of your eyes and they close. And with that you drift deeply asleep. And you sleep so deeply, so soundly, so profoundly, getting long stretches of deep, recuperative sleep, dancing your way through pleasant dreams, updating your neurology, before waking in the morning to morning bird sounds unfamiliar to you that are unique to this island. Heading out into the daytime sun from that tent, building a sandcastle on the beach to represent your inner experiences here. Placing a makeshift flag in the top of the sandcastle. And with a bit of effort, pushing that boat back out into the water, rowing back to that sailing boat, being hoisted back up onto the boat, sharing your findings as the boat raises anchor and the journey through the 7 seas continues, with you deeply curious what else you'll discover. And as the moon tickles the surface of the ocean, and silvery light dances across the tops of the waves, you find it almost hypnotic. While resting in a hammock, gently swaying in that boat, gazing out to sea towards the moon, your eyes getting heavier with each sway, as you sink deeper and deeper, aware you've got so much more journey to look forward to in the future. As you drift now and float deeply and peacefully, relaxed asleep into Slumberland. And you're walking through some country woodland, crunching on the undergrowth, listening to the way that the leaves rustle in the trees, the way the dappled sunlight dances before you. And as you walk, you can smell that fresh woodland air, while hearing the distant sound of a woodpecker hammering gently on a tree, echoing through that woodland. The distant sound of a cuckoo calling out, and then a reply coming from elsewhere in the woodland. and you follow a woodland path, crunching through that undergrowth. The way the light shines on the different trees, catching in the slight dampness on the trunks of those trees. The toadstools growing out from some of those trees. The perfect place to shelter small animals. And while you continue walking, so you spy in the distance a deer frozen still, mid-chew. Just looking at you, watching you. Freezing to try to avoid detection. And so you slowly walk past, gazing over towards that deer, but doing your best to walk slow and steady, to avoid disturbing or scaring that deer. Breathing in a way that helps to communicate comfort to the deer. And once you've passed a certain distance, you notice at the corner of your eye the deer continue to chew. And relax its body and seem to go back to breathing again and comfortably continuing what it was doing before you walked into its space. And while you continue walking, you notice the woodland opening up, with those trees spreading further apart. And the ground here, carpeted in the most incredible sight of bluebells delicately stretching up from the ground. And you follow a natural path among the bluebells to avoid stepping on any of those delicate small bells. And you can see a cabin in the distance, and that's where you're heading. And so you walk towards that cabin. But the path you have to follow weaves you around a little as you journey to the cabin. Following the path of 1,000 deer, until you find a path that crosses this path and heads back in the direction of the cabin. Just to make sure you're avoiding damaging any of the bluebells. Until you can exit this woodland into the slight clearing of the cabin, where you can look back and see the sea of bluebells stretching through the woodland, illuminated by an evening sun, casting a slight golden hue over those delicate bluey purple flowers, with that breeze rustling those leaves. And the underside of the clouds in the sky, illuminated with a slight lavender. And the grass in this slight clearing, waving gently, as if wafting the scent of the flowers towards you. Then you head into the cabin, closing that wooden door behind you, placing your jacket down and taking your shoes off, making a warm and comfortable drink. Before sitting down in the living space, with Krusty the cat purring away on your lap. With one hand drinking the drink, the other hand delicately stroking the cat, while just gazing out of the window at the woodland illuminated by the setting sun. With the purring of the cat almost lulling you deeper and deeper into relaxation, as if your breathing is synchronizing with the rhythm of the cat. And with each sip of drink, you can feel that drink, the warm liquid, the steam rising up and tickling your nostrils and the underside of your eyes, and the liquid warming your mouth, flowing comfortably down your throat, and the warmth of that liquid emanating gently out towards your arms and down to your feet, deepening your relaxation. And every few mouthfuls, you place the cup down beside you, just gazing gently out the window, stroking the cat, feeling the cat's purring, almost like a powerful, visceral feeling. And then while gazing out of the window, From time to time, you find your eyes gently closing, as if you just want to drift inside your mind, deeper and deeper. And sometimes you think you've reopened your eyes, but find that you haven't, and so you have to open them. And other times you think your eyes are closed, and yet they're wide open. And the harder you try to keep those eyelids open, the more they want to close. Because you find you're becoming more relaxed, following that drink, resting in this cabin, listening to the muted sounds beyond the cabin, from the woodland, the gentle evening sounds starting up, the slight creak of the wood settling as the wind blows on the outside of the cabin. Watching the occasional leaf flutter past the window. And then the approaching moonlight rising over the horizon, bathing the landscape in a gentle silvery glow, tickling the tops of the trees that you can see through that window. That silvery glow creeping in to the window, into the cabin. Catching gently on a stained glass vase standing on the windowsill, illuminating the daffodils. That silvery glow almost seeming to carry the scent of those daffodils over to your nostrils, as if serving that scent up for you to enjoy. And the slight stained glass colours reflecting just behind that vase on the wall and the edge of the windowsill. And the light in the cabin only coming from the bounce light, from that moonlight. As your eyes fully close, and you find yourself drifting gently asleep in this chair, feeling so calm and relaxed. That hand automatically continuing to stroke for a little while, before even that hand comes to a halt, and the sound of the purring fills your awareness. There's a slight glow of moonlight through your closed eyelids. And you gradually stop being aware of your body as your mind drifts deeper and deeper into your own internal reverie, that own internal experience. And then out of the darkness of your mind comes the light of a spring day, and you find yourself in your mind having a sense of walking through the most beautiful meadow, rolling hills, waving grasses, birds, bees, butterflies, flitting from plant to plant, wildflowers dotted around. And you catch sight of an African swallow flying overhead, carrying a coconut. And you continue to watch that with some level of curiosity. Before it heads out of sight over some hills. You begin to walk through this meadow, descending the first hill. And as you descend, so you see a rabbit bouncing past on a pogo stick. Calling out that it's going to be late and seeming to be in such a hurry. And you begin to walk in the direction of that rabbit. You follow the pogo stick marks across the meadow. You find that those pogo stick marks seem to stop at a rabbit hole. But as you look into that rabbit hole, you find that the rabbit hole seems to be full of a dense purple fog, pulsating, glowing gently. You lean down and look closely into that rabbit hole. And the more you lean and the closer you look, the smaller and smaller you get. Until you find that you've leant so far into the hole, you've fallen in. And you tumble in cartwheels down that hole, so easily and effortlessly. Until you land in a heap at the base of this hole, on the softest ground. And as the purple fog clears, and you look down beneath you, you find that you seem to be sitting on a giant sponge cake. And with every subtle movement, the smell of that sponge cake wafts up to tickle your nose. And with it is a slight hint of orange and a slight zest that seems to twang at the roof of your nose. And you stand up and start to walk across that sponge cake, each step slightly springy. And you look around you and you see that you seem to be in an unusual landscape. The ground seems to be fully made of sponge cake. And this sponge cake seems to be decorated with green icing piped on top for the grass. Sugar flowers dotted around the top. A chocolate waterfall cascading down a cliff made of dense chocolate. A family of swans swimming along a chocolate stream, honking as they go. And while you walk and explore, you're approached by a cat in a polka dot dress, wearing something around their neck, something that looks so soft and delicate. And in a very friendly way, you approach that cat, and they appear a little awkward, unsure who you are. They have their hair plaited, hanging down behind each ear, and draped round, framing their face. Their whiskers gently curled at the tips. Their eyelashes curled. And they introduce themselves. And they say that perhaps you must be here for the party. The rabbit has just passed through, so they'll show you the way too. And you ask them about that delicate thing round their neck, saying it looks so soft and delicate, so well woven. And they say that it's a necklace. It's the most delicately woven lace. It's woven with the weave of a caterpillar that carefully weaves that together, taking the finest silk threads and imbuing those threads with a little bit of magic. And that magic helps to stimulate a little confidence. And you think they appear a little awkward, so perhaps the magic doesn't work. Or perhaps they're normally even more awkward than this. And you admire their necklace. They say that it's incredibly strong, despite being incredibly delicate. And that the caterpillars make it, and it has to be transported all the way from Patagonia to here. And it gets transported in the heart of a coconut, carried by an African swallow. And they show you towards the party. And you don't know what this party is. You've just kind of found yourself here. And are going along with the experience. And in the heart of this land is a large gingerbread thatched cottage. With the thatching seeming to be made of the finest sugar, woven into delicate threads. Like the most incredible candy floss. And you head in to this cottage. You're asked to place any gifts in the pile of gifts before walking through to the party in the back garden. And so you head through the property, past a giant bowl of punch, and out into the back garden. And in the back garden you see an unusual sight. You can see a giant hand in the sky, drawing a giant hand in the sky. You can see what looks like many steps leading from the end of the garden up into the sky. You can see people mixing and mingling on the steps and on platforms between the steps, with people walking up the same steps people are walking down at a different angle. Some people seemingly walking upside down from your perspective. And people at 90 degrees to each other. And you look around this garden. You see different guests here. And you assume that the key guest is the one dressed in the weirdest outfit. And so you head over towards them to introduce yourself, to find out what this party is about. and it's a tall, slim penguin dressed as a wizard, wearing a pointy wizard's hat. And you walk over towards them. You introduce yourself. You ask if it's their party. You apologize for intruding upon their party and say that you've just found yourself here. You were following a rabbit on a pogo stick. And they say, yes, that'll be Dave. He likes to hop around everywhere and seems to be going through this fad of doing so on a pogo stick, while all the others hop around on their legs. And you ask why the penguin's dressed like this. And they say that they love magic. And they like to dress as a wizard. They don't believe magic is real, but it's fun to pretend. And they say that you should go and mix and mingle. And you start to walk around the garden. You go over to sit by a little campfire and find that the campfire is actually just warm sugar rising up into the air, crackling gently like popping candy, releasing little puffs of sugar. And above that campfire is a gingerbread bowl of bubbling hot chocolate with the strongest chocolatey scent. And with a ladle you pour out a bit of the hot chocolate into a cup and walk around drinking that hot chocolate. And the cup is made of unmeltable chocolate, so that once you've finished drinking the hot chocolate, you can dispose of the cup by eating it. And you walk around the garden. You walk towards the back of the garden. Begin to ascend those steps, walking past people at a 90-degree angle who are heading down the same step you're heading up, only stepping on the opposite step. And as you ascend, so you realize when you look back that you're now at an unusual angle to the ground, and yet perfectly fine, as if the ground is beneath your feet. And so to you, down is sideways to those on the ground. And you chat to a few different characters you meet at this party. Exploring these unusual steps. And the higher you walk, the closer you find yourself getting to the moon. And the moon here seems to be an unusual electric blue moon. the top of the steps is a hot air balloon. And you board that hot air balloon. And you release the string, and the balloon floats towards the moon. And as it reaches the moon, so you grab hold of the moon, and a bit of the moon breaks off in your hand. And you realize this moon tastes a little bit like Parma violets, an acquired taste for some. But when you try that little bit of the moon, your senses begin to shift. Those giant hands drawing each other begin to turn crusty and mottled, and everything around you changes. And it all begins to look like an oil painting, as if some higher power was painting everything around you, painting over what's there with a new vision of what could be. And the moon shifts and changes. And that hot air balloon turns into a boat. The boat that's bobbing gently on a vast, calm blue ocean. The most beautiful tropical sea with a distant tropical island. The sound of this oil painting blue sea wafting against the underside of this boat as it drifts towards that sandy tropical island. And gradually slides up onto the golden sand. Like a paintbrush sliding across a canvas, softly coming to rest there as you disembark that boat. The gentle crunching sound of stepping onto that golden sand. The softness of the sand. And walking around this tropical beach, looking behind you, out over the view of that tropical sea. The moon now on the horizon, casting its glow across the water. Pinpoints of stars flickering and undulating in the sky. The stars seeming to almost swirl around you, forming different shapes and patterns, almost hypnotic, drawing you into wanting to sit down and rest on this beach. As orbs form, grow, and fade away. And those waves lap so gently, so calm on the shore. And you feel yourself laying back and resting here. The temperature of the air here so comfortable. You find your eyes closing. You have a sense of drifting deeper and deeper asleep, and your mind wandering through space and time to a deeper time. Hearing the sound of a gently crackling fire, feeling the warmth from that fire as it caresses your cheeks, hearing the mumble of people milling around, and then calmly opening your eyes and seeing before you some ancient people using paints on cave walls to paint pictures of the night sky, to smear images of the landscape, to draw almost stick figures of the animals, of themselves, and their place within this landscape. And the way the firelight dances around the cave walls, and they glance over at you, but seem to almost not pay you any attention at all, just accepting you're there, like one of their own, resting by the fire. And you look around and look up at the night sky here, and you listen to the distant sound of crickets. And you feel deeply relaxed. And you watch as these people use their drawings to plan what they'll be doing tomorrow. And you see the way they're moving along from one drawing to another, as if working out what to do on different days. And you stand up and you walk around, and you talk to different people. One explains they're planning for a hunt. One explains they're preparing for foraging. Another invites you to come and see where they keep the baby plants, and they show you to their plant nursery. They tell you that they nurture these plants. They grow these plants up. And once these plants are big enough and strong enough, they use those bigger, stronger plants to plant them in their own nursery, to nurture them and grow them up. And the cycle continues. And something about this place feels like daytime is approaching. And so you walk towards that daytime. And the more you walk towards that daytime, the more you find yourself aware of the purring cat. and then aware of being in that cabin, and opening your eyes in the cabin, in the dark, the moonlight having moved across the sky a little further, no longer shining that silvery light in through the window. You carefully place the cat on the floor. You head through to the bedroom. You settle down in the bedroom, wrapping yourself up so comfortably to begin to fall asleep. And while you start to fall asleep here in bed, you imagine that you've just walked out the back of a farm on the most beautiful moonlit evening. And you've walked out to the fields and you can smell that fresh evening air. Notice the stillness of the air, the fresh scent of wildlife, the flowers, the gentle bleat of sheep, the sight of sheep, some sleeping and some awake, filling a field, and the way the silvery moonlight almost seems to make the white backs of the sheep glow against the dark backdrop. And you head over to the field. You rest your elbows on a post on the side of the field, resting your head on your hands, and just slowly and gently counting those sheep. 1, 2, finding that with each count, your eyes want to blink shut, but you open your eyes for the next count. At each sheep you count, your eyes want to shut deeper and deeper. 3, 4, 5, the landscape being as dark as coal, only the sheep gently illuminated. As you count those sheep, 6, 7, 8, each time seeming to struggle a little harder to open your eyes between each count. 9, even when you try really hard to ignore what's happening, those eyes just want to shut, and the harder you try to ignore what's happening, the more those eyes shut. And the more those eyes shut and the harder you try, the deeper and deeper asleep you feel yourself going, almost like drifting deeply into the most pleasant reverie, the kind of reverie where you perhaps begin to fight it at first before in vain, giving in and accepting the most comfortable night's sleep. 10, 11, 12. Curious how many sheep will be in the field, but knowing that something about it means you won't stop counting those sheep until your eyes are no longer open or all the sheep have been counted. 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, as if time slows down and your eyes get heavier and heavier, and your mind becomes like a pool of water on a windless day. As you gaze into that pool of water and notice the way light reflects and refracts, and bends as it passes through the water. And feeling yourself reaching into a pocket and finding in that pocket a key, and realizing it's the key to sleep. And seeing before you in your mind's eye what looks like a keyhole, and placing the key in the keyhole, and with a click and a clunk, turning that key and hearing it, altering the mechanism, and then hearing what sounds like ticking and tocking, and gears gently whirring, like a clock starting up. And then seeing in the night sky the stars taking on the form of numbers, the stars coalescing into 10, 9, your awareness fading, perhaps before you realize it, or maybe only discovering your awareness has faded after it's happened, but really trying to focus on what'll happen when those numbers have counted all the way down. 8, 7, the stars taking the shape of 6, and 5, 4, 3, all the way, 2, 1, and as those stars form one, so you find you've won, making it to one as the stars fade, as the sky fades, as the view around you fades, as you find yourself in a place of nothingness, a place where thought fades, like turning down the sound on a TV set, like turning off the picture where there's no up nor down, no left nor right, no back nor forth, just nothing, no echoes, no sound without or within, nothing to see here or there. And then before you in this place of nothingness, a golden candlestick emerges out of the nothing with a gentle flame flickering on top. As you watch that flame flickering softly, the wax of the candle melting and running gloopily down that candlestick and dripping into the nothingness. And with each drip, you instinctively find yourself sleeping deeper and more profound. You find something about that candle burning down and the time it takes to burn down softens your mind, calms your body, stimulates deep, recuperative sleep. And when the last of the wax has dripped away, so the flame goes out, and you know tomorrow you're here specifically to go looking for that thing you're most grateful for. And you know you're going to find it. But you had to come here to explore there. But you know you need this deep, comfortable, recuperative sleep first. The sleep that's only possible in this magical cabin, deep in this woodland, where you can access a harmonic resonance with your inner self in a way you unlikely fully understand, because you can only understand it by discovering it through experience. And with that flame flickering out and darkness, the most comfortable, relaxing, calming darkness setting in around you, you drift through the most pleasant dreams, updating old patterns in new ways. Making changes that you'll discover in the most pleasant of ways and the most unexpected ways where those pleasant changes happen, and you don't know about it until they do. While making those changes at a deep, comfortable level through your mind and body. And healing within yourself, ready for tomorrow. And drifting deeply and profoundly asleep into Slumberland. And swimming under the sea, the teddy bear's fur is flowing in the water. Bubbles are rising up from its breathing equipment. There's a distant sound of some singing humpback whales. Time seems to be running slow. The light shimmering through the surface as the waves roll overhead. And everything seems to be moving in slow motion. And that teddy bear descends deeper and deeper, swimming down towards the white sand on the ocean floor. Its legs kicking slow and gently, with the flippers waving with each kick. And as it nears the ocean floor, so the movement of the flippers stirs up the sand behind the teddy bear. And the teddy bear reaches down, runs a paw through that soft sand. And swims along towards a small area of rocks. Those grey rocks with patches of green mottled across them. Some fronds of seaweed anchored on the rocks, stretching up and waving as the sea moves back and forth, while the waves move overhead. And swimming around those rocks, suddenly spying what looks almost like a large field of coral. A dense patch of sea life. With colourful fish swimming in shoals and darting among that coral. Some of the coral seeming to gently move within the water. And other sea life, so colourful, just waving with the current. And bubbles rising from the breathing apparatus with every out-breath that the teddy makes. And then swimming down through the coral towards an area of water which seems a little lower than the sandy sea floor, that seems to be reflective in a different way, almost like a mirror laid on the sea floor. But it's actually just a different layer of water at a different temperature, with a different salinity. And the teddy dives down through that mirrored water. And while passing through that mirrored water, so the sound seems to soften and quieten a little further, as if the transition between the two layers of water interrupts the whale song, the gentle sound of the waves moving overhead, the other sounds within the ocean, and the teddy unclips a torch from his belt, turns that torch on, and swims down deeper and deeper, swimming into a cave. And the teddy knows this is only a short cave. It's only a short dive until being able to exit from under the water. But they have to dive deep, and they swim down, pushing forward deeper and deeper as it gets darker and darker. The light of the torch making shadows dance around the cave walls, until some distance down, it's as if the cave is beginning to curve back up again, and the torch illuminates the underside of the surface of this water that's incredibly still. And the teddy pops up through that surface, walks out of the water and into this underwater cave, into this dry area. And there's a slight echo within this cave, the occasional dripping sound. And the teddy looks bedraggled and much thinner than normal, with its fur wet and sticking to its body. And it takes off the swimming goggles and the breathing apparatus and the tanks from its back. And then jiggles around, violently shaking its belly, and its head and its arms and then its legs, shaking off as much water as it can. Until it looks like a puffball, and then tries to smooth down its fur a little, dabs its paws in some water, just to apply a little bit of water to help smooth its fur down and neaten its fur out a bit, until it's happy with its appearance. and then picks the torch up again and begins to navigate through this cave. And as the teddy navigates through this quiet cave, it knows what it's looking for, and it knows that it'll know when it's found it. And this cave looks like it was once an ancient lava tube that has somehow managed to remain dry, with the water never quite making it up, filling this tube. But there's also a slight warmth to this cave, a very comfortable, calming warmth. And its soft, furry feet pad so gently along the cave floor, barely making any sound at all. And after some time, following this passageway, this passageway begins to turn and deepen, and they follow that passageway deeper and deeper. Feeling the stillness of the air, and that comfortable warmth. And the way the light dances on the cave walls, until at the end of the passageway, is what looks like a shimmering portal. And it's a jasmine-looking portal. Shimmering, pulsating, with a slight hint of electric, and a very slight hum. And the teddy walks towards that portal, stops just before the portal, takes a deep, comfortable breath, and then walks through the portal, finding themselves at night time in a desert-like landscape. There's sparse, hardy vegetation. The air is cool and the sky is clear. The stars dancing overhead. Cactus towering around them. And in the distance, a tall metal structure with a bulbous top, humming and sparking with electric. That electric dancing up into the sky. Running its fingers through the desert landscape. Clouds seeming to spark into existence around the forks of lightning. And the teddy walks towards that structure and can see that at the base of the structure is a small white building. And they can see those beams of electricity striking all around them as they carefully follow their torchlight, illuminating the desert ground, hoping that those sparks of electric continue to strike anywhere else but where they're walking. And they walk all the way to the structure. They carefully open the door into the structure. And inside the structure, in the heart of a machine, they see a tall, slim man with a drawn, long face and wide, friendly eyes, engrossed in his work. And they get the man's attention. He turns off the structure, walks out of the machine and comes over to the teddy, and seems a little surprised to see a teddy bear walking and talking. And the teddy explains where they're from, a different reality. And they're a scientist from their reality. But something was impacting their reality, was beginning to tear holes in the reality. And they had worked out what it was. And so they had to find their way to the source. And they became aware of a bubble, and that they had to cross the boundary of that bubble. And they'd worked out the coordinates for that bubble. And so now, here the teddy is. And so they introduce themselves. And the man introduces himself. He says that his name is Tesla. He's something of an inventor. And he believes that electricity and electromagnetism is the answer to all the world's problems. And understanding electromagnetism is the way to understand the universe. And that he's developing technologies to harness electromagnetism and so much more. And the teddy explains that while he's powering his machine, it is doing some of what he says, but it's creating a rift between the two worlds, and tears are appearing within his world. And they'd managed to track the pattern of tears and probe those tears which was the first they learned that there's a multiverse, that there's more than one reality, and that they kind of overlay each other, all at different frequencies, unseen by the others. And that there's now developing a permanent bubble, expanding. And that's what they'd passed through to get here. And they're concerned that if he carries on doing what he's doing, he might tear the fabric of reality. And if two realities are in the same location, they don't know what the consequences of that might be. What could happen if those tears turn into giant rips through the fabric of space and time? And in a very thoughtful way, Tesla sits at a table, head resting in a hand, eyes gazing up at an angle, chin on the fingers, one lip curled slightly up and the brow furrowed, and the ears slightly pulled back in thought. And his eyes seeming to almost glaze over, and the teddy just watches as Tesla becomes incredibly still. And the teddy watches more, and then moves round in front of Tesla, waves a paw in front of Tesla's eyes, looks very closely into Tesla's eyes, trying to work out what's going on. But Tesla's just there, like a statue. And then after many minutes, it's as if someone had just suddenly turned Tesla back on. He jumps to life, leaps up from his desk, and says, "That's it. I know what I have to do. I know the answer." And the teddy is curious what's just happened. And Tesla explains that he's got this ability. He can create things in his mind that are so real that they're indistinguishable from reality. He can build things in his mind, and he can take all the time he needs to do so, as time in his mind can change and slow, so that a year of time in his mind could perhaps last just a minute of real-world time. And so he can start an experiment. He can build an invention. He can see it through. He can make adjustments. He can see when it fails, and then look at why it failed. He can run a machine for hundreds of years until it breaks and stops working. And then he can take that broken machine apart in his mind. He can look at the cogs, he can look at the parts to it. He can see which parts failed, and learn from that, and then look at how he can avoid that from happening with a real machine. And so he's just gone into his mind and taken all the time he's needed to find a solution to the problem, where he can build his device but have it so that it doesn't affect other realities. But then he thought, what if he refined his device? And instead of trying to create something right now that will give the planet unlimited energy, drawing on the energy from the Earth and from the Earth's magnetic field, and channeling that so that it can be used, giving free energy to everyone on the planet. What if instead he channeled something to a point and just created a single portal to this other realm? Then it wouldn't rip space and time anywhere else. And it wouldn't be so haphazard. Just a single portal from point A to point B. He told the teddy bear, you'll be able to go back much easier than you came here. And maybe we can learn and work together, sharing knowledge across the realms. He explained how there are some who are keen to see his inventions fail, because all he's trying to do is create something that will be helpful and free. And so with the teddy bear they work on altering his device. And they work through the whole night, working into the next morning. They stop and rest for a while before continuing on in the heat of the day desert, until eventually Tesla says that the invention's ready. And it's time for a first test. And he decides to gradually increase the power. And so he turns the device on. It whirs to life. Purple, sparkling, begins to form around the device. Crackling electricity arcs its way up and down the machine. A beam of mist seems to emanate from the device. And before them, what looks like a portal begins to form. Only this portal, as it increases in strength, can be seen to have shifting images within it, as if every subtle frequency touches on a slightly different reality. And they become aware there isn't just the two realities. There may well be an almost infinite number of realities, all with very close frequencies. And so Tesla shuts the machine down for a moment and investigates to try and work out the exact frequency the original the machine was at. And he works out the frequency it was at to a very, very, very fine decimal place, before powering the machine back up again, but this time focusing just on that incredibly narrow frequency. And once the machine's at that narrow frequency and the portal is forming and stabilizing, Tesla increases the power while keeping the frequency the same, and the portal seems to strengthen, and the teddy can see through the portal that it looks like their land. And so they head towards the portal. They say that they'll investigate and check it out. They head through the portal, and the landscape looks like theirs. The night sky through that portal looks like their night sky. And so they head back to Tesla. They confirm that that frequency is their land. And Tesla asks, "Are you curious to check out some of those other places, some of those different realities?" And obviously the teddy is. And so Tesla powers it up again, adjusts the frequency until he sees a reality forming, and then strengthens that portal on this reality, and notes down what the frequency is for this reality, and says that the teddy can go through, investigate, discover what they can in this reality before reporting back on what this reality is like. And so the teddy bear heads through that portal, and this reality has a jungle, the sound of jungle birds, the rustling of the leaves overhead, the gentle dripping of rain within this jungle, and they walk through the undergrowth, crunching their way through the leaves, weaving around trees. Some of the plants catching softly in their fur, before heading out into a slight clearing, and the sound of gently flowing water. And on a rock in this clearing is a gorilla with its legs crossed, its arms resting in its lap, palms up, its eyes closed, incredibly still. And so the teddy bear approaches very quietly, wanting to talk to this gorilla, but also not wanting to disturb them. And as they approach, so they feel like the gorilla is in their mind, like there's a deep booming voice in their mind, asking them to stop, wait, asking them who they are. And the teddy bear thinks about the answers while still walking closer and closer to the gorilla, coming round the side of the gorilla. Then the gorilla opens its eyes, moves its head very slowly, methodically, and introduces themselves. They say that they're Albert Ross. They're a monk. They come here to meditate, to find peace and calm, to learn to focus on the spaces between each particle of water. And the teddy explains why they're there. And they explain about Tesla and his device that can carve through realities, creating portals from one space to another. And this gorilla monk says, but isn't that just what all the old books have taught? You don't need technology to do that. You've got an electromagnetic device within you that can be focused on the frequencies to do it without technology. And they describe a technique of meditation that allows you to be seated in one location while synchronizing the electromagnetic frequencies of the brain on transforming and transferring your consciousness through space and time to another location. And so although it isn't transferring you as a full physical being, it's transcending that and understanding you don't need to go there as a physical being. Once you're there, you can form your consciousness into something physical in that location. And then once you release that essence of you that appears physical dissipates, and your consciousness reconnects with you, where your genuine body is. And so the teddy bear sits down beside the gorilla, and the gorilla teaches them this technique, and they steady their mind. They listen to the gorilla's voice. That's it. Just let yourself go all the way deeper and deeper into the experience. Focus on the sound of the flowing water, the bubbling sound, being aware that the bubbling is just multiple sounds mixed together. And so focus between the bubbles on that space until you can hear just a single wave passing down the stream, and follow the sound of that single wave as it passes down the stream. And while focusing on that single wave, begin to focus on a small part of that wave, and then narrow that focus down deeper and deeper until you're focusing on just one drop of water, and imagine riding that drop of water along the stream, aware that that water is held together because of its own electromagnetism. And focus on deeper and deeper until you're riding on the waves, within the water droplet, until you're riding on the waves of a particle. And be aware of how, as you get closer to those waves and you ride deeper on the waves of that particle, that those waves become a sea of possibility. And as a sea of possibility, there's a possibility that that wave you're riding on isn't even here. Because at a fundamental level, a part of every wave is everywhere, here and there, and you can flow with that and notice how every wave is a seed of consciousness. And so you can ride on consciousness, piggybacking on that consciousness, following that consciousness to a wave in another realm, and riding the tip of that wave up to the crest, up to the particle, to the water droplet, finding yourself emerging in a new reality. And as you practice this and your consciousness connects on that fundamental quantum level, because you're connecting and tuning in to the consciousness of reality, you can follow that consciousness in a non-conscious kind of way, instinctively to the reality you'd like to seek. Because that consciousness, that fundamental nature of reality, is timeless and permeates all of reality. And it takes no time to get from here to any other reality or anywhere within this reality. Every point is the same point when you tune in deep enough. And the teddy bear finds their consciousness drifting, floating, sinking deeper and deeper into the experience. They feel themselves drifting into that water droplet, spreading out through all reality. riding on the wings of a maple leaf as it floats down and rests gently on the grass. As they see in this reality the most unusual sight, waves in the clouds, what looks like a giant manta ray gracefully swimming through the sky. Almost as if it's swimming in slow motion, feeling almost like they're underwater, and yet looking around them, they can see trees, they can see grass, they can see a stream. But there's the sight of a humpback whale breaching through the clouds, splashing down on its back in the cloud tops, the clouds rippling out. The whale swimming beneath the clouds, its song resonating, reverberating through this land. That ray swimming so gracefully. Giant pearls lying in the landscape, light glistening through them, making the outside of the pearls almost look like they're coated in a fine oil. What looks like a giraffe, but with a short neck and a long nose and wide hips, ambling through the landscape, munching on the tops of bushes and shrubs. The sight of hummingbirds with exceptionally long tongues, poking those tongues into elongated flowers while they hover, buzzing away before flying off. And some pearls still contained within giant oysters, resting, almost like they're resting on a cushion of the softest velvet within an open oyster. And the teddy bear looks around with intrigue at this most unusual place. And they follow their consciousness through this place, heading north to see more of this landscape. And as they approach the north pole of this place, they see polar bear pulsing with the colours of the northern lights. They hear the whistle of the wind through the snow, the coolness of this place. And they head into a cave here among the snow, the low drone of the wind rumbling down that cave. And deep within the cave, the air begins to warm. And as the air warms, so they find a pool of gently rippling water. And resting the far side of this pool of gently rippling water is a mermaid sitting on the shoreline, its tail hanging into the water, moving its tail gently under the surface, those ripples gently rolling out. And the mermaid talks so friendly and in an almost enchanting way to the teddy bear. As the teddy bear walks around to them, and while walking around to them, the teddy bear notices the way the mermaid's skin is almost pearlescent, almost sparkling in the low light, as if it's emitting a very gentle amount of light. And the mermaid confirms that its skin does emit a gentle amount of light, just enough to help it see with its large eyes, while swimming deep under the ocean, where very little light pierces through the layers above. And the teddy bear is curious why a mermaid is sat here with a pool of water if it comes from the ocean. And the mermaid explains that this pool of water is a deep shaft that leads down towards the centre of the planet, where a giant ocean resides. And that giant ocean in the centre of the planet has tunnels that lead out to all the planet's oceans, and has tunnels that lead out to similar places like caves like this. And after the teddy bear learns a little more about this landscape, this reality here, they use their consciousness to find their way back to Tesla, who's surprised to see them not come through the portal. They explain to Tesla that on their exploration, they met a gorilla who taught them you don't need technology to traverse realms. You already have a device within you that can do that perfectly well. And that's what they have been able to do. And they say that although they're here, they're not really here. This is like a projection of their consciousness. And then they disappear and open their eyes sat near the gorilla. They thank the gorilla for teaching them this skill. The gorilla says they can come back any time if they want to learn more, like how to communicate from mind to mind. This is just the first of many skills. And they head back through the portal, back to Tesla. and Tesla closes the portal. They explain to Tesla how to do this traversing the different realms, almost psychically rather than physically. And Tesla wonders about consciousness, whether it would be possible to transcend the body when the time is needed, to keep that consciousness travelling after the body has gone and isn't there to come back to. And they decide they'll make that something of a mission, something that could be helpful to humanity to learn. And Tesla then turns the machine on, opens the portal for the teddy bear to go back to their own reality. The teddy bear crosses through to their own reality. The portal closes behind them, and they now just have to find their way back from here to where they need to go. And so, to find their way back, to work out exactly where they are, they sit down, cross their legs, rest their paws in their lap. They drift deeper and deeper into that meditation. They spread their awareness out among this reality. They focus their consciousness on finding the boat they travelled here from. They then work out where that boat is in relation to where they are. And as that conscious self, they make themselves physical by the boat. They then focus on their diving gear. That physical body disperses and then reforms where their diving gear is. They realize that they can't defocus and take the diving gear with them. So they decide to put the diving gear on. And as consciousness, they swim back through that cave, back through that mirrored water, swimming across that white sand. They swim past a delicate seahorse hanging gently onto a frond of waving seaweed. They swim through a shoal of fish. They enjoy how slow time seems to be here underwater, the distant sound of the whales ascending up to the boat, climbing out onto the boat. And they pilot that boat to the shore. And instead of making their usual journey all the way back home, they make the journey to where their physical self is, before disappearing, being there just as that physical self, and then finally being able to journey home with all their belongings, all their learning. And once home, they write up their report of everything they learned that they need to pass on to the other scientists. And before going to bed, they decide to make part of their new bedtime routine practicing meditation and practicing that technique of Tesla's of being able to create such a realistic inner world that they can test ideas and take those ideas and the ones that work when they've practiced and tested. They can then implement those ideas. And so every night, they spend a little time practicing Tesla's technique. They spend a little time meditating. And that stillness it causes in their mind means that with no effort at all, when they go to bed, they settle down, and as soon as their head touches the pillow, they always easily and effortlessly, and for the whole night, drift and float so peacefully, so relaxed asleep into Slumberland.